Chapter 618. The source of the roaring river was unknown. It was probably a dangerous place tens of thousands of kilometers away. The continent was so vast that humans had yet to set foot in it. Some mountains, rivers, primeval forests, deserts, and lakes were all forbidden areas for living in World of Warcraft. The Earl looked at where List was pointing. Snow Pear Castle was at the mouth of the roaring river, Little River Heart Castle was upstream of Snow Pear Castle, and further upstream was Great River Heart Castle. However, List's finger went beyond Great River Heart Castle and continued to extend upstream. Finally, it stopped at Three Dragon City, which was further upstream. Three Dragon City is the fief of an earl, who is a follower of Marquis Wildwave. After defeating Marquis Wildwave and uprooting Three Dragon City, the Roaring River will become the inland river of the Tulip Fleet. This golden waterway can not only transport resources quickly, but also transfer orders of chivalry. You want to use the Roaring River to loot resources from the surrounding territories? Not just resources. List smiled and pointed to the west of Three Dragon City. Father, the name Three Dragon City comes from a battle in the past. It is said that two dragon knights passed by this place while chasing an evil dragon. That's why it is called Three Dragon City. The Earl did not speak but listened carefully. List repeated the information revealed by Yevich. Three Dragon City is also the intersection of the Roaring River and the Three Dragons River. Further upstream of the Three Dragons River, there is a chain of mountains called the Hungry Dragon Mountain. Father, look, there is a secret iron mine here. Iron mine? Yes, this information was revealed by Yevich. He once entered the Hungry Dragon Mountain to capture a World of Warcraft as a mount. I have already sent a blood servant to investigate. Once it is confirmed that there is an iron mine, maybe we can cooperate with Uncle's orders of chivalry and rely on the Three Dragons River and the Roaring River to do what you did when you were young. List finished and waited for the Earl's reply with bright eyes. The Earl did not answer immediately. He was immersed in the memories of his youth. When he inherited Greg Tile's status as the Viscount of Tahiti City, he was determined to revitalize his family. Every year, he would be ordered to plunder resources and plunder military achievements. One year, he even penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Eagle Kingdom, seized an iron mine, and plundered at least 200,000 tons of iron ore. Because of these 200,000 tons of iron ore, even the Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom was drawn out to intercept the fleet from far away. Because of this magnificent feat that shook Sapphire City, Lee William was fancied by Marquis Merlin, who betrothed his daughter Melissa to him. The following year, the Grand Duke personally conferred upon him the title of Earl of Coral Island. However, nearly 20 years had passed, and the feats of his youth had never been reproduced. He had also wasted more than 20 years in the position of Count. He still had great ambitions and hoped to become a Marquis. The iron mines of Coiling Dragon Mountain were a shortcut to the Marquis realm. His breathing became a bit hurried. However, after thinking about it, he shook his head. List, I understand that you are now high-spirited and have great ambitions for your strength, but it is too dangerous. Father, take advantage of the Dragon Knight's reaction and finish it quickly. There is a great chance of success in one battle. If we don't take the iron mines of Coiling Dragon Mountain this time, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to do so next time. Mining is decreasing year by year. Since you know that I plundered mines when I was young, then you should also know that the consequence of that time was to draw out the Dragon Knight. The Earl still had lingering fears. If it wasn't for the Dragon Knight of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, I might have been intercepted and killed by the Dragon Knight on the sea. List was silent for a moment, his eyes still shining. Wealth comes from danger. The Dragon Knight, the pinnacle of power. Dragons were not rare in this world. It was just that compared to the vast land, the distribution of dragons was very sparse. Many nobles would not even see a dragon once in their lifetime, let alone ordinary people. The Eagle Kingdom, including its vassal states and the evil dragon, had a total of 20 dragons, which was not a lot. Only the Dragon Knight could be conferred the title of Grand Duke and create a new country. Until the dragon died or flew away, the country would come to an end. Therefore, as long as it was a country, whether it was a duchy or a kingdom, there must be dragons. The kingdom itself had a lot of vassal states, so naturally, there would not be too few dragons in its own country. The Eagle Kingdom raised 9-headed dragons, but at present, only 6 of them had merged with humans, that was to say, there were 6 Dragon Knight. These Dragon Knight were either born into the royal family or contracted to serve the kingdom for life. However, compared to the kingdom, which was almost as large as Asia, 6 Dragon Knight could not guard such a vast land. It would take 10 days to half a month to deliver the news from the south to the north. What's more, the Eagle Kingdom had a Dragon Knight, and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom also had a Dragon Knight. The Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom had more Dragon Knight than the Eagle Kingdom. It was just that every Dragon Knight was involved in a lot of international relations, so it was difficult to dispatch them easily, especially in the dragon-slaying war between the Dragon Knight. It was naturally a good thing if they won, but if they lost, it would be a terrible result that would shake the foundation of the country. Why did the royal family give their own dragons to outsiders to ride on? It was because there were not enough Dragon Knight, and the country would be in great trouble. Just like China, Russia, and the United States all had nuclear weapons, but no one dared to casually throw them away, let alone reduce them at will. This was a means of deterrence and checks and balances. The Eagle Kingdom, the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, and even the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, these vassal states all had Dragon Knight or dragons. However, they were afraid of each other, opposed, and involved with each other, so there were few dragon-slaying wars between the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight also rarely participated in the wars of the ordinary knight. Using the Dragon Knight to deal with the ordinary knight, almost one Dragon Knight could destroy countless orders of chivalry. But if you could destroy the other side's orders of chivalry, the other side's Dragon Knight could also destroy your orders of chivalry. No one could take advantage of the fight, so it was better to focus on deterrence and participate in the war as a supplement. No matter how ambitious the Count was, after all, time waited for no man, and he already had fear in his heart. Liszt was not willing to give up this good opportunity. The Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom is involved at the border of the Eagle Kingdom. As long as we finish the battle quickly plunder the iron ore, and retreat along the Three Dragons River and the Roaring River, by the time the news reaches the Dragon Knight, we have already returned to the country. What if we can't retreat in time? Liszt, I desire the title of Marquis, but I don't want to pay a painful price for it. Your future is bright, and the glory of the night will always look after you. There is no need to be so radical. Radical? Very radical. Liszt himself understood that such a move was not so much bold as radical and rash. He was not like this before. He would rather stay in the flower town than participate in the war. He was willing to farm in a small place for half his life, armed to the teeth, and then pursue his dream. He did not expect that he would get a dragon in advance. Coupled with the power of the smoke dragon and the gift of the invisible dragon, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would soon stand at the top of the world. His mentality had unknowingly undergone a tremendous change. He became eager for war and eager for plunder. He did not change the world, but the world quietly changed him. Of course, he preferred to call his change growth. When he was just a commoner, what he calculated was naturally trivial. But now that he had one foot on the top of the mountain and saw the boundless land, how could he be willing to continue to stay on the island and scheme against one or two sprite worms? After a moment of deliberation, Liszt said slowly, "Father, you are right. I really do not need to be so radical. However, it is difficult for me to give up such a huge temptation. Perhaps we can compromise." The Count raised his eyebrows. Compromise how? If he could safely plunder the iron ore, he would also be reluctant to give it up. Let's make it quick. But this time, we will rope in the Taro family and the Golden Wheat family and have them help us seal off the territory around the roaring river. Then, we will share a portion of the plunder with them. After that, we will assemble the fleets of the three families and quickly evacuate to attack the river source. But there is still no guarantee of safety. After capturing trapped Dragon Mountain, Father and I will immediately blend into the other orders of chivalry and lie low. Regardless of whether the fleets evacuate successfully or not, we will not participate in the follow-up. Additionally, we can notify the Grand Duke in advance and have him come to our aid. With the Grand Duke's protection, I believe that even if the Dragon Knight came in person, it would be of no use. The Count's eyes lit up. According to this method, they would indeed share a lot of merit points, but the risk would also be reduced to a minimum. It was already worth a try. The father and son looked at each other and saw determination in each other's eyes. Chapter 6:19. After formulating a plan, the rest of the work could be left to the Count. List took the time to see Deborah Yuwashi. The river-slaying sword saint was living in a prison cell and did not suffer any grievances. "You are very strong." After seeing List, he said his first sentence in a deep voice, "I can't even resist a casual blow from you. It seems that you have an extraordinary background. Do you know what ancient warrior inheritance you have?" Ancient warrior inheritance? List had never heard of it, but he was smart enough not to reveal it. He just smiled. "Guess. You're wearing bear skin." "That's not possible." "You're not crazy. You're wearing wolf skin." "That's not possible either." "You're not bloodthirsty. You're wearing pig skin." "That doesn't seem right either." "You didn't turn into a meatball." "Are you a gladiator? Or bronze-muscled warrior inheritance, or shadow incarnation inheritance? The one who wore bearskin. Wolf skin. Pig skin. Gladiator. Bronze-muscled warrior. Shadow incarnation." Deborah listed 6 ancient warrior inheritances in one breath, causing List to gasp in admiration. If one did not come to the continent, one would not know the vastness of the world. In the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, he thought that there were only magicians and knight, but on the continent, all kinds of strange cultivation systems emerged one after another. "Do you know a lot about ancient warrior inheritance?" List asked calmly, as if he was chatting casually. Deborah snorted, his tone unconcealable pride. "As a member of a great aristocratic family that has lasted for hundreds of years, the Yuwashi family is naturally not unfamiliar with ancient warriors and ancient magicians. It is just surprising that there is an ancient warrior inheritance in a remote and desolate place like Sapphire. But you do not know which ancient warrior inheritance I inherited. There are so many inheritances submerged in the river of time, how could I know them all? But now is the era of knight rule, the ancient warrior inheritance will sooner or later be severed, and all of them will become Chi's secret skills that knight can cultivate. Ancient warrior inheritance, eventually turned into Chi's secret skills? List again found an important piece of information. It turned out that the so-called Chi's secret skills were actually an inheritance of ancient warriors. It seemed that the knight cultivation system had absorbed the strong points of many families, including most of the ancient warrior inheritance. It made sense. He had practiced the magic eye and aura attenuation, which were very different from the mainstream Chi manuals on the market. Not only was it more difficult to practice, but more importantly, compared to ordinary Do Chi's secret techniques, Do Chi's secret techniques tended to have special effects. In order to continue the routine, List still did not reveal any of his emotions. He said calmly, "Who knows what will happen in the future? Although the Dragon Knight rules the world, how many Dragon Knights are there in the world? Without a dragon to fight alongside, no matter how strong a knight is, it will only be a Sky Knight who has reached perfection. A few Dragon Knights should be enough." Although he was already 34 years old, his shrewdness was as shallow as that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. "I admit that you are an inheritor of an ancient warrior, and your strength is astonishing, but this is already the end of the ancient warrior's inheritance. There is no possibility of going any further. He did not know where his sense of superiority came from, but he said as if he felt sorry for List, only a knight can figure out how to control the power of a dragon. Therefore, the knight rules the world. Not to mention ancient warriors, ancient mages, even mages will sooner or later integrate into the knight and become a part of the Iron Knight. You mainlanders know so much. I have never heard so much about the inheritance of ancient warriors and ancient mages in my country. Sapphire has only been established for a little more than 100 years, isolated on the sea. Every year, besides learning World of Warcraft and going out to plunder, what kind of civilization can there be? Indeed, living overseas has made me ignorant and ill-informed. List nodded seriously, and then said, "But you have been captured by me. You are a sacred swordsman and a great noble, so I set a high ransom price for you. You need to take out 4 magic potions and grain sprites as the ransom." Pfft. Deborah, who was feeling superior, almost choked on air. "What? My ransom requires 4 sprites, and they must be grain and potion sprites." "Yes. Impossible, absolutely impossible." Deborah's face was as calm as water. "My uncle Marquis Wildtao will defeat you, and when the time comes, I won't need to pay a single ransom. I will defeat Marquis Wildtao, and even capture him." Naive. "You have seen my strength. Do you think Marquis Wildtao can escape my attack? Even if he brings a few Sky Knight followers, I can still defeat him." List's face was arrogant, and his tone was proud. "Although I am not a Dragon Knight, I am invincible under the Dragon Knight rank." Naive, truly naive. Deborah laughed out of anger. "The Yuhua Stone family is not an ordinary noble. You have the inheritance of an ancient warrior, and your family also has the inheritance of Qi's secret techniques. The roaring orders of chivalry will let you understand what it means to be unstoppable. The inheritance of an ancient warrior cannot stop the charge of a knight. This is not naive, this is self-confidence. As an inheritance of an ancient warrior, I can destroy the roaring orders of chivalry with just a little bit of effort. You think too highly of the inheritance of an ancient warrior. If you were really so powerful, you wouldn't be on the brink of decline like you are now. The inheritance of an ancient warrior and an ancient mage hasn't declined. There are still many inheritances in this world. They are just struggling at death's door, and there are only a few who can truly accomplish anything." List said with contempt, "You are just a count. You haven't even chosen a Dragon Knight candidate like Yevich. How many inheritance of an ancient warrior and an ancient mage could you possibly know? Yevich is just a Sky Knight born as a commoner, what can he know?" Deborah sneered. "Bearskins, wolfskins, pigskins, gladiators, bronze-muscled warriors, and shadow incarnations, I've more or less come into contact with them. Although I can't distinguish your inheritance, I'm certain that it is one of them." When leaving the prison cell, Deborah was still indignant. He hated List's arrogant, ignorant, and condescending character. Although he had lost to List, he believed that he had only lost to the inheritance of an ancient warrior. If he could obtain the inheritance of a Dragon Knight, killing List would only be a matter of minutes. In the end, it was just bad luck. The glory of a knight didn't favor him, but it didn't mean that he was inferior. But he didn't know. After leaving the prison cell, List sighed with emotion. "Yevich told me before that Deborah was a conceited and shallow fool. I didn't expect it to be true. I just casually played a few tricks and obtained a lot of inheritance knowledge about ancient warriors, ancient mages, and Qi's secret techniques. These days, nobles like to keep their secrets to themselves and wouldn't easily reveal the secrets that could strengthen others through cultivation." If List had asked directly, Deborah would definitely have kept his mouth shut. However, List took advantage of the opportunity to pretend to be an inheritance of an ancient warrior, and with a little provocation, Deborah spilled out many secrets that even Yevich didn't know. The inheritance of an ancient warrior hadn't been broken, but most of it had become Qi's secret techniques. As for the inheritance of an ancient mage, it seemed to have merged with the knight and become a part of the Iron Knight. It seems that I have to visit and provoke Deborah a few more times. Maybe this guy can even reveal his family's chi's secret techniques to me. But I can be sure that Marquis Wildtao definitely grasps a chi's secret technique. How should I obtain the chi's secret technique of the Yuhua stone family? Shaking his head, he didn't waste too much time thinking about it. Maybe he could capture Marquis Wildtao on the battlefield. At that time, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the chi's secret technique? Chapter 620. Alvin Eaglesword did not need to be found. In fact, he was in Little River Heart Castle. He was imprisoned in the dungeon of the castle. My lord, this is the list of prisoners in Little River Heart Castle. Alvin Eaglesword is in this dungeon. Marcus took the dungeon list and found the dungeon where Alvin was imprisoned. The dungeon was dark, damp, and smelly. The prisoner inside was sleeping soundly on the wheat stalks. Marcus could not help but knock on the cell door with a stick and shouted, get up, don't sleep, Alvin Eaglesword. Why is the food delivery so late today? Alvin crawled up, muttering, and slowly came to the cell door. He was covered in rags, his hair was unkempt, his beard was unshaven, and he wore heavy metal locks on his hands and feet. It was obvious that he had been imprisoned in the dungeon for a long time. Looking at Marcus standing at the door, he could not help but stare blankly for a moment. Today, the person who will deliver the meal has changed, and it is also a knight. Are you going to let me eat my last meal? Unable to stand still due to the stench of the dungeon, List had retreated to the entrance and heard the conversation inside. He said directly, Marcus, let him out, have someone clean him up, and then bring him to the living room to see me. Yes, my lord. About a quarter of an hour later, List, who was sipping tea in the living room, saw Alvin Eaglesword, who had bathed, cut his hair, shaved, and changed into new clothes. He was a tall and thin middle-aged man, but judging from his skeleton, he should have been a strong man before he was imprisoned in the dungeon. But now, his cheekbones were high, his eye sockets were deep, and the skin on his face and hands was pale as if he had never seen the light. He may not have been abused, but he definitely had not eaten his fill. You are Alvin Eaglesword, an Iron Knight? List looked at him with great interest. Has Commander Marcus told you about the current situation? Alvin seemed to be a little unaccustomed to the environment, and it took him a while to react. You are a sapphire person, and you captured Little River Heart Castle? That hypocritical and greedy Deborah Rainflower Stone was also captured by you? List frowned. I'm the one asking you now. You just need to answer my question. I am Iron Knight Alvin Eaglesword. Tell me about your background and why you were captured in the Little River Heart Castle. Taking a deep breath, Arvin replied, my ancestors used to be a marquis of the kingdom. They forged standard magic weapons such as the Eagle Sword for the kingdom and took the Eagle Sword as their surname. However, the family has declined. In my generation, not only have I lost my title, but many forging skills are also difficult to reproduce. In order to hone his skills, in order to revive the glory of his ancestors, Arvin went to several great nobles and studied weapon forging technology with their resources. However, his talent was limited, and he was unwilling to hand over the inheritance of his family. Therefore, the great nobles who invested in him considered him a swindler and expelled him. Later, he wandered around the area of the Roaring River. Deborah said that he would recommend me to Marquis Wildtao, but because the packaging of my family treasure was broken, revealing my true face. He gave birth to his greedy side, snatched my family treasure, and imprisoned me to hand over the family's forging skills. I refused to yield, so I lived in the dungeon. List was not too interested in his story. Instead, he asked with great interest, what family treasure? Arvin hesitated. List waited quietly. A moment later, Arvin seemed to have made up his mind. I heard from Captain Marcus that Sir's strength is unfathomable, and you defeated Deborah in one move. I was able to see the light from the dungeon again because of Sir. As long as Sir helps me retrieve my family treasure, I will follow Sir and contribute all the Iron Knight skills of the Eaglesword family to Sir. I let you out, naturally, because I need you to follow me and serve me. But what is your family heirloom? It is a great elf weapon, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. It was originally a weapon made of dragon bones, and after generations of refinement by the family, it was finally cast into a great elf weapon. It has been offered to Marquis Wildtao by Deborah, and I don't expect to keep it. When Sir retrieves it, I just want to see it again. Arvin knew the power of the Marquis, and he could not afford a higher price, so he was not greedy and hoped that the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword would return to his hands. List was not excited about the great elf weapon. No matter how strong a weapon was, it depended on who was using it. For example, even if he held an ordinary weapon, he was still stronger than the Sky Knight who held a magic weapon. Are you sure you can forge magic weapons? It is true that I did not inherit the family's talent. I can definitely forge ordinary magic weapons such as the Eaglesword, but I can't do anything higher than gemstone weapons. But I have the complete skills of my family, and I am willing to offer it to Sir, so that Sir can cultivate a more talented Iron Knight. You are willing to take it out? Arvin looked down at his thin and weak body, and his tone was full of resentment. I was reluctant before, but now I have nothing to be reluctant about. Okay, I agree to this deal. No matter what, Marquis Wildtao was an opponent he planned to eliminate. A powerful weapon like the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword should not be held in the hands of an ordinary Marquis. The Sapphire Grand Duke had a great elf weapon called the Wailing Cage Sword, which was the best weapon List knew. Now this Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword was just right for his identity. Arvin Eaglesword was only an elite Earth Knight. More than half a year in the dungeon had destroyed his body, and it would take a long time for him to recover. He asked someone to arrange this Iron Knight. List looked at the list of other prisoners in the dungeon and asked someone to interrogate them one by one to see if there were any special people among them. The result was disappointing. They were all territorial knight who had made mistakes. List had no intention of releasing these territorial knight who had made mistakes. After capturing Snow Pear Castle and Little River Heart Castle, the captured knight was enough for him to select hundreds of elite Earth Knight. Now he didn't even care about ordinary Earth Knight, let alone this group of prisoners. The Tulip fleet was moving upstream along the Roaring River, heading for Little River Heart Castle. The castle supplies had been packed and ready to be shipped to the river mouth. The knight who contacted the Taro family and the Golden Wheats family also received the order and left. The Earl wrote a letter to List's uncle, Masiro Longtaro, and the Marquis of Golden Island, Roderick Golden Wheats, dispatching orders of chivalry and ships to be ready to sail to the Roaring River. The first obstacle to the success of this plan was Marquis Nuteo's roaring orders of chivalry. Mastering the battle energy secret technique, being a Sky Knight at the level of perfection, and also wielding the great elf soldier, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. I wonder how strong D. Maria Rain Stone is. Standing in front of the window on the 4th floor of the castle. Looking at the undulating crops in the distance, List was smug. I hope I can have a good fight and let me understand how strong I am. He felt that he had been very arrogant recently, doing things in such a high-profile manner that he did not care about the consequences. This was a very dangerous behavior. But he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. I can't control myself. So he hoped that a good fight would allow him to completely recognize reality and adjust his state of mind to face the possible suspicion of the Sapphire Grand Duke. Maybe I should make up an ancient warrior inheritance to deal with the Grand Duke now. Should I make up a bronze-muscled warrior, or a gladiator, or a person wearing wolf skin? As a historical inventor. Chapter 621. Bearskin, wolf skin, pig skin, gladiator, bronze-muscled warrior, and shadow incarnation. These were the 6 ancient warrior inheritances that List knew. However, he felt that he did not fit the ancient warrior inheritance. After all, he had very little information about the ancient warrior inheritance, and it was easy to make omissions. So, the original ancient warrior inheritance is the best explanation. He thought carefully for a moment and decided on his new identity. I will claim to have received the inheritance of the swordsman. The swordsman is an ancient cultivation system that can see the soul. The inheritance originated from the shipwreck salvaging on Black Horse Island. This is the blessing of the knight's glory. Ghost Blade. This was the most suitable disguise for him before his identity as a dragon knight was confirmed. No matter whether others believe it or not, I believe it anyway. It's just a cover. If the Sapphire Grand Duke doesn't believe it and insists on forcibly investigating my true identity, then I can only give up the territory and flee overseas. Bring a Chi, bring the elves, bring Leo, and entrust all the territory to the Earl. The day he becomes a dragon knight is the moment when the flame of revenge engulfs the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. I hope that the power of fate of the smoke dragon will always envelop me, pull the threads of fate for me, turn misfortune into blessing, and be blessed by the glory of the night everywhere. List withdrew his gaze from the distant field. List did not want to have a conflict with the Sapphire Grand Duke. It was a very difficult choice to give up the Black Horse Island territory that he had worked hard to cultivate. The territory had inventions such as liquor, glass, tofu, and white paper. There were also a large number of rubber trees, corn grass, and other crops. In addition, the smoke grass could attract the invisible dragon to visit again at any time. Whether it was the smoke dragon or the invisible dragon, they were both sacred dragons, and he was reluctant to give up either one. If the Sapphire Grand Duke dared to snatch it, then it would depend on who was more capable and would be the winner laughing in the end. Of course, it's far from the point of worrying. Let's worry about when the Marquis Nuteo will appear. A day had passed. The scouting knight did not manage to find any traces of the roaring orders of chivalry. William Lee often soared into the sky and used his binoculars to observe the area, but he could not find the location of the roaring orders of chivalry either. However, the Coral Islands orders of chivalry had already set up an ambush in the forest on the shore of Little River Heart Castle. Once the roaring orders of chivalry started to attack the stone bridge and collided with the Coral Island orders of chivalry's charge, the two ambushing orders of chivalry would rush out and launch surprise attacks from the left and right, destroying the roaring orders of chivalry's formation. Of course, against the elite orders of chivalry, such a sneak attack could not achieve a decisive advantage. List will personally take action and command the Blizzard Beast Squad to give the roaring orders of chivalry a surprise start and let them understand what it means to burst their chrysanthemums all over the mountain. In the blink of an eye, another night had passed. When the sun shone on the earth, William Lee, who soared into the sky with his binoculars, finally found the traces of the roaring orders of chivalry. The famous elite orders of chivalry, which attacked the river source, galloped from the west against the sun, like a black torrent rushing towards Little River Heart Castle. The black clothes, black armor, and black horse were faintly discernible in the dust that was stirred up. Boom! The Count quickly landed and then shouted, "Enemy attack! Blow the horn! Meet the enemy! Enemy attack! Woo 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 woo! Ready to charge!" Little River Heart Castle suddenly became restless, and the Coral Islands orders of chivalry prepared their equipment and lined up, waiting for the coming battle. The Black Horse Islands orders of chivalry, under the leadership of Marcus, also quickly lined up. Marcus meticulously checked the attire of each knight. When he reached the end of the line, he saw a young face. "Emily, step out." "Yes, Commander." "Check the equipment." Marcus roared coldly. This young face belonged to List's youngest follower, Emily. She quickly checked her equipment. The armor was mithril armor, the set made by the grandson of the Bull Marquis. The knight's long sword was the red blood sword, the gemstone weapons that List had eliminated, horn bow, knight spear, horse armor, and arrows. "Commander, Emily has been checked, there are no omissions." Return to the line. Seeing that Emily had completed the equipment check, Marcus quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As the youngest Earth Knight, he certainly understood Emily's talent, and List also asked him to take care of Emily, so that after a few charges, Emily would not die before she grew up. It was impossible to not die in war, and Marcus was powerless to stop the chaos of the Orders of Chivalry's charge. He could only try to keep an eye on Emily's preparations. The subsequent fate had to be handed over to the glory of the night. In the team, Emily held her knight's spear, calm and unperturbed. Marcus was worried for her, but she was not worried at all. To her, the battlefield was the best place to train, and there was only excitement and no fear. Since the siege of Snow Pear Castle, she felt that her training speed had increased by leaps and bounds. Especially when she used the knight's spear to stab an Earth Knight to death, her blood seemed to have started boiling, and her strength increased by leaps and bounds. When she used the red blood sword to kill another Earth Knight, her strength increased again. She did not understand why her training speed was so fast, but killing gave her a bone-deep excitement. It was not a bloodthirst. She did not crave for blood, and would not lose her mind because of killing. In fact, she only liked to train normally, and did not like to pay attention to the outside world. Woo 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 woo, the deep sound of the horn added to the atmosphere of the upcoming war. Emily's hand, which was holding the knight's spear, could not help but clench. I can no longer see the powerful back of Sir. I must work harder to make my strength stronger, so that I can repay Sir for his infinite kindness to me. War. It came very quickly. The roaring orders of chivalry led by Marquis Wildtao did not pause at all and directly charged towards Little River Heart Castle. It seemed that they were ready to take advantage of the fact that the Coral Island orders of chivalry was not ready to seize the opportunity to attack. However, with the binoculars, the Coral Island orders of chivalry had already lined up and were ready to go. List rode the Blizzard Beast Dosen, surrounded by a team of elite knight squads, and behind him were 8 Blizzard Beasts. Looking at the approaching torrent of knights, he did not move. When the roaring orders of chivalry was about to rush in front of him, the knight guarding Little River Heart Castle also began to charge. At this time, List calculated the distance. He suddenly issued an order, Blizzard Beast Squad, everyone, release rock grenades in front of the target. Woof! Dosen took the lead and opened his mouth, releasing magic originating from his bloodline. A huge rock formed in the air and slammed towards the roaring orders of chivalry, followed by another 8 huge rocks formed and concentrated on the roaring orders of chivalry. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the rock grenades was very strong. Even though the elite knight immediately released their fighting skills to meet the rock grenades, they were still smashed down. Broken stones splashed everywhere, causing great chaos to the roaring orders of chivalry's vanguard cavalry formation. However, after all, they were elite orders of chivalry. They quickly adjusted their formation and continued to attack. At this time, Chapter 622. The Blizzard Beasts opened their mouths one after another and released magic. Poochie, 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 countless rock thorns emerged from the ground, and the horses that could not dodge were directly pierced by the rock thorns. Even the knight was pierced by the rock thorns. There were also horses that directly hit the rock thorns. After falling down, a large number of horses stumbled, and screams came one after another. Just one encounter. The powerful World of Warcraft Blizzard Beasts gave the roaring orders of chivalry a heavy blow, and the formation was completely disrupted. 2 rounds of rock thorns were released, and the Coral Island orders of chivalry behind them had already rushed over. List whistled and rode Dosen into the roaring river under the stone bridge, followed by the 8 small ones behind him. They quickly made way for the orders of chivalry to charge. In the blink of an eye, the Coral Island orders of chivalry had rushed into the chaotic roaring orders of chivalry. Relying on the favorable environment created by the Blizzard Beast Squad, they madly slaughtered these elite Earth Knights. Countless chi collided and tore in the air, fighting skills of various colors were displayed, and long spears and swords collided. Blood and flesh splashed, and the screams were drowned in the cries. Of course, the screams were mostly from the roaring orders of chivalry, while the cries were from the Coral Island orders of chivalry. The advantage created by the 9 intermediate world of Warcraft could not be erased in a short time. Watching his knight being slaughtered, Marquis Nuteo, who was following the charging team, finally couldn't stand it. He was riding a huge yellow tiger, which was larger than the blizzard beasts. If it were not for the dust covering it, it would be very conspicuous in the team. Suddenly, the tiger's body sank down. Marquis Nuteo got up and took off. Behind him, another 4 sky knights flew out with a whoosh. 5 sky knights soared in the sky. With such a powerful formation, once they attacked the orders of chivalry, it would definitely be a terrifying picture. Marquis Nuteo was completely angry. He was not ready to play the game of earth against earth and sky against sky. He wanted to directly defeat the Coral Island orders of chivalry and recapture Little River Heart Castle. At this moment, List had already returned to the front of Little River Heart Castle, and the 9 blizzard beasts also swam back one after another, lying on the ground to rest and restore the magic in their bodies. The Count glanced at the 5 sky knights in the sky, and then at List. List nodded with a smile that was full of fighting spirit. He said softly in a voice that only he could hear, "It's time for me, the Slayer List Tulip, to show up." He unsheathed the Sky Cutter greatsword and activated his dragon's Do Chi. Stomp! Stomp! 2 deep footprints were left on the turf. He soared into the air and directly went to meet the 5 sky knights. His eyes wandered around before finally locking onto the golden-armored sky knight with the densest chi within his body. Without a doubt, this knight who liked to wear golden armor like Deborah was Marquis Wildwave. When he was young, he was known as the Raging Wave Sword Saint, the Sky Knight with the perfect level of the water attribute, and the master of the river source, D. Maria Rainflower Stone. List saw him, and he also saw List. Ignoring Llewellyn behind List, D. Maria rushed directly to List. His fighting spirit was high, but his expression was not the slightest bit careless. He had asked the fleeing knight of Little River Heart Castle and learned that on the battlefield the day before yesterday, List had defeated Yevich and Deborah with 1 sword strike each. Since Yevich and Deborah could guess that List belonged to the ancient warrior inheritance, he could naturally guess the same. There were strong and weak ancient warrior inheritances. The strong ones were the Marquis of Boulder, who wore bearskin, and were known as the strongest under the Dragon Knight. As for the weak ones, they were certainly the same as the knight training, with beginners and losers. In his heart, he had already seen List as a strong person like the Marquis of Boulder, so he paid 120% of his attention. In his hand was a long sword that was as translucent as a light blue crystal. One could vaguely see that it was originally a piece of bone that had been carefully carved based on the original shape of the bone. There were no gems embedded, but the hilt, crossguard, and blade all seemed to be plated with a faint silver luster. Surging water attribute fighting aura covered the long sword. The flying Marquis of Boulder saw that he was about to collide with List. He suddenly waved the long sword, throwing out a light blue light that instantly turned into a surging waterfall, shrouding List. His nephew, Deborah, was of the thunder attribute. He was of the water attribute. Boom! The waterfall formed from high-level water attribute fighting aura engulfed List in the blink of an eye, like a huge wave crashing into a surfer. But just as the waterfall engulfed List, it exploded in the next moment. Countless water vapors rose, spreading into a large cloud in the air. Then, within the water vapors, a smear of red blossomed. It crashed straight into D. Maria's chest, but it was List, shrouded in flames. Dragon fighting defeating high-level fighting aura was nothing at all, even if the opponent's high-level water attribute fighting aura was so thick that it was almost tangible, it still could not contend against dragon fighting aura. Ah! D. Maria screamed as he flew out. His golden armor was very strong, and the flame-covered sky-slicing sword did not split the armor. This kind of ability cannot test the depth of my ability at all. List took advantage of the momentum to fall in the direction of Di Maria's fall. But the tortoise shell is quite hard, it should be an armor forged from orichalcum. It has indestructible properties and has anti-magic properties. Even the dragon fighting energy is no exception. Just this set of armor was probably worth a fortune. List despised this very much, he hated rich people. But he did not have much time to think. Roaring orders of chivalry came with 5 sky knights. The Marquis of Wildwave was the first to scream and fall back, leaving 4 sky knights. One was being suppressed by Lee William, and the other 3 rushed towards List after the Marquis of Wildwave fell back, stopping List from continuing his pursuit. "Get out of my way." List's dragon-fighting aura surged, and he swung the sky-slicing sword in a circle. A charged move, burning red clouds, instantly blasted out. The flames were like burning clouds that filled the sky, engulfing the attacking sky knights from 3 directions. Lightning, wind, ice. 3 types of high-level fighting aura released powerful fighting techniques that collided with the burning clouds. In an instant, the sky changed color. Thunder roared and lightning flashed, and wild winds howled. Coupled with the scattering of hail, it was like the end of the world. The battles of the Sky Knights could already change the weather, causing local strong convective weather. However, this was only a matter of a moment. The next moment, the burning clouds swallowed all the changes in the weather, leaving only the flames burning in the sky. The lightning stopped, the wild winds stopped, and the hail melted into water vapor, evaporating and disappearing. The 3 Sky Knights were all hit hard. Although they were not sent flying by List's move, they were powerless to fly in the air, and could only fall to the ground at an accelerated speed. List took advantage of this impact, and his body once again soared into the air, looking for the direction of the Marquis of Wildwave. He was ready to strike while the iron was hot. But the magic eye that was constantly operating suddenly discovered that the roaring orders of chivalry below had undergone many changes. The originally colorful fighting aura mixed and tumbled along with the formation of the orders of chivalry. At this moment, it seemed to be guided by some kind of power, and the fighting aura quickly condensed and lifted up the figure of a person. It was the Marquis of Wildwave, Di Maria Yuashi. He held the sword in one hand and pointed it obliquely to the ground. His body did not leap, but stepped on the condensed orders of chivalry fighting aura, and slowly rose in mid-air. This huge orders of chivalry fighting aura and his own high-level water fighting aura attracted each other, merged, and quickly condensed into a colorful cloud. At this moment, a classic line inexplicably emerged in List's mind. Chapter 623. Bah! List threw away the lines that appeared in his mind in disgust, and even had a feeling of jealousy. He should have been the one to create this eye-catching scene of stepping on colorful auspicious clouds and wearing golden armor. But he was played by Marquis Nuteo. Neither fish nor fowl. A monkey's crown. He frowned slightly, but his figure did not stop at all. No matter how eye-catching Di Maria Rainflower Stone's posture was, for List, it was just a matter of a sword slash. Blazing sun stab. Covered in flames, he suddenly waved the sky-slashing sword, and attacked fiercely with a charged move. Marquis Nuteo's eyelids twitched slightly, and a cold light bloomed in his eyes. He suddenly raised the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword in his hand, and slashed down diagonally with both hands. In an instant, the orders of chivalry's fighting energy that had gathered around him seemed to have a vent, violently erupting like a rolling tide, and the world lost its color. Boom! This surging mixed fighting energy quickly collided with List's dragon fighting energy. The invincible dragon fighting energy could still easily collapse the mixed fighting energy, but the mixed fighting energy seemed to be endless. However, the mixed Do Chi seemed to be endless. One batch of Do Chi collapsed, and another batch surged forth, forcibly repelling the dragon Do Chi. Then like a wave, it hit List, who could not stop his body. Clang! A very powerful attack. The mithril armor seemed to have been hit by countless big hands, and List's internal organs almost shifted. His body could no longer maintain the state of floating, and he fell from mid-air. Below was the roaring orders of chivalry. At this time, how could these Earth Knights let go of this heaven-sent opportunity? They all switched to bows and arrows, desperately shooting at the falling List. The arrows were like rain, quickly shrouding the area where List had fallen, densely packed with innumerable arrows. The sun was setting. List once again erupted his dragon's fighting aura, and with a powerful strike, he swept away the rain of arrows. He was not like those sky knights who were sent flying by him. Although Marquis Wildtail's powerful strike made him fall, his body was still under his control, and his dragon's fighting aura was still abundant. But just as he parried the rain of arrows, a whistling noise came from behind him. It was Marquis Wildtao controlling orders of chivalry to attack him again. His body was falling, and he couldn't even turn around to counterattack. He could only fill the air with dragon fighting energy to resist Marquis Nu Tao's second attack. Mixed fighting energy could still rely on quantity to make up for the difference and defeat the powerful dragon fighting energy. Xiao! He tried his best not to scream out loud. List, on the other hand, could no longer maintain his poise and crashed into the ground like a cannonball. The moment he landed, there was only one thought in his mind: what kind of attack is this? Why is it that even my dragon's Do Chi is unable to resist it? Is it a secret skill of the Yuhuasher family, or some special cultivation system? Subsequently, his body shook, and his vision went black. He had already crashed into the ground, creating a shallow human-shaped pit on the ground and sending up a large cloud of smoke and dust. He felt a burning pain in his internal organs. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since he transmigrated, he had experienced 3 wars and practiced in actual combat countless times. This was the first time he was beaten to the point of spitting blood. He was extremely shocked. Although he had hoped that Marquis Wildtao was strong and could be his whetstone. But he never thought that Marquis Wildtao would be so strong. This kind of attack that controlled the entire orders of chivalry was really beyond his imagination. He had never seen or heard of it. Dong dong dong, the earth was shaking. This was the charge of the night. List didn't dare to lie on the ground and gasp for breath. Once the Sky Knight was trampled by the hooves of the orders of chivalry and destroyed by the fighting energy, it was very likely that he would be crushed to death. So even if he had the physique of a half-step dragon knight, he didn't dare to use his own flesh and blood to resist the terrifying situation of being trampled by countless horses. Dragon fighting energy gushed out, and his body bounced up from the ground like a spring. He didn't fly too high, but he narrowly avoided several elite Earth Knights who were charging nearby. Then he turned around and swung his sword. Full red sun. Flames bloomed from the Sky Slasher sword, sweeping away several knights who wanted to beat the drowning dog. Then he crazily spewed fighting energy and fled into the distance. Because Marquis Wildtao, who controlled the colorful orders of chivalry fighting energy, had already caught up. List, who had experienced the power of this move, didn't dare to face Marquis Wildtao head-on. He kept running around to avoid the fierce, majestic, and crazy mixed fighting energy attack. It had always been a smooth-sailing battle, and there had never been such a dangerous situation. He was very flustered. However, Marquis Wildtao was unforgiving. He didn't have any other thoughts. He controlled the orders of chivalry fighting energy and chased after List. Every time he swung the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, it would guide the mixed fighting energy and turn it into a tidal wave, crushing List who was fleeing in all directions. Without a half-step dragon knight riding a dragon, List was in an awkward situation. On the other side, his son, who had pinned his hopes on his unknown power, Sea Wave Sword Saint Li William, gradually realized that the situation had changed. He was originally chasing after a Sky Knight to kill him. However, as List was being chased by Marquis Wildtao, the 3 Sky Knights who were sent flying started to target him. This meant that he was facing 4 Sky Knights as a Sword Saint, and at least 2 of them were Sword Saints. How could this be? Li William was no longer in high spirits. He wanted to turn around and escape, but he realized that he was surrounded by 4 Sky Knights and had nowhere to run. The situation in the sky continued to deteriorate. On the ground, the 2 orders of chivalry were constantly charging. The situation was gradually reversed. Originally, the Coral Island orders of chivalry were crazily killing the Roaring orders of chivalry. However, as more and more knights joined the Roaring orders of chivalry, the advantage created by the Blizzard Beast squad was gradually wiped out. The Coral Island orders of chivalry were caught in a bitter struggle. Emily was holding the 3rd Knight's spear. Her mithril armor was already stained with blood from the 2nd Earth Knight she stabbed to death. She raised her head and looked into the distance. Her loyal follower, Sir List, was being chased by Marquis Wildtao. On the other side, Sir List's father was being besieged by 4 Sky Knights in turn. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. As for the surrounding Coral Island Knights, the entangled chi was already in a state of fragmentation. Emily knew that the balance of this war was gradually tilting towards the Roaring orders of chivalry. The orders of chivalry under the Count against the orders of chivalry under the Marquis. It was extremely difficult to win. But she was not afraid at all. Because this was a fight for Sir List. She was willing to fight to the last drop of blood. She clenched her fists. There was a sudden restless warmth in her body, and a new chi emerged. The appearance of this chi seemed to fill her body in an instant. Her heart moved. She understood that she had touched the bottleneck of the Earth Knight and became an elite Earth Knight. But there was no time for her to get excited. The orders of chivalry once again collided with the Roaring orders of chivalry. Pft, pft, pft. Many familiar and unfamiliar knights fell from their horses under the piercing of the knight's spear. There was even a Black Horse Island knight who taught her knight lessons. Suddenly. Chapter 624. Facing the knight's spear that almost killed her, Emily's gaze did not waver. Emily's eyes did not waver at all. She quickly raised her knight's lance, infused it with lightning combat chi, and thrust forward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 horses brushed past each other. Crack! The spear shaft broke. The spearhead pierced through the other party's chest. She had killed another Earth Knight. But it was to no avail. Coral Island's knight continued to lose members. There were originally more than 1,000 cavalrymen, but after a few charges, 1/3 of them had already perished. Behind the Roaring orders of chivalry, new knights continued to emerge. These knights were not elites and were mostly miscellaneous troops. But for the battlefield, they were powerful reinforcements. In order to deal with the invaders, Marquis Wildtao dispatched almost all the orders of chivalry to attack the river source, the number of which might have exceeded 3,000. He wanted to completely destroy the Coral Islands orders of chivalry here. Emily did not know what the final outcome would be, nor was she in the mood to think about it. Every time she killed an enemy knight, she felt her whole body heat up. Infinite power emerged from her limbs and bones, urging her to continue the charge. Charge! With a loud shout, she became the leading knight of a squad of knight. Holding the 4th knight's spear in her hand, she aimed at the Black Knight in front of her and suddenly launched a new charge. Thunder-attributed chi filled the air, unexpectedly condensing, entangling, and interweaving the chi in the surroundings that was about to fall apart. The knights behind him all felt as if their chi was resonating with something, and there was a huge increase in their strength. Following this feeling, the knights frantically shouted, "Charge! Charge! Charge! Flee! Flee again!" List found that he could not contend against Marquis Wildtao, who was controlling the orders of chivalry's chi. However, Marquis Wildtao's speed was not too fast and it was difficult for him to catch up. List understood this. His brain spun frantically. The restlessness and arrogance he had before the battle had been completely shattered. He began to carefully deal with every crisis. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed that even though William was in a precarious situation, he was, after all, a veteran sword saint. Not only that, but he was also a water element warrior who specialized in endurance and toughness. He would not be defeated so easily. D. Maria's move to control orders of chivalry is too strong. If I don't break this move, I will definitely lose this battle. The only thing we can do now is to first slaughter the orders of chivalry and cut off the Marquis of Fury Tao's orders of chivalry. Usually, to capture a thief, one must first capture the leader, but the leader was too strong, so they could only cut off the wings first. Circulating his dragon's battle chi, he barely managed to put some distance between them. List quickly switched to the swift shadow bow and coolly turned his head to look at the moon. 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation towards the position of roaring orders of chivalry, who was not protected by Marquis Nuteo. Boom! 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 Every arrow exploded, setting off a sea of flames that engulfed a few black-armored knight riding on a black horse. Stop! Marquis Nuteo spoke for the first time. Using some unknown method, his voice reverberated above the orders of chivalry like thunder. Hearing this, List's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The enemy's intimidation usually meant that he did the right thing. He once again fled into the distance, turned his head to look at the moon again, and killed a group of knight with 3 arrows. After going back and forth several times, apart from eating his dust, Marquis Nuteo had no other achievements. On the contrary, the more List shot, the happier he became. Moreover, he learned how to shoot and coordinated with the Coral Islands orders of chivalry. He observed the momentum of the Coral Islands orders of chivalry's charge and cleared out the roaring orders of chivalry's resistance. With the power of the Dragon Knight, dealing with a group of Earth Knights was simply like using an anti-aircraft gun to hit a mosquito. Although it seemed like bullying the weak, the effect was remarkable. One person and one bow, coupled with a steady stream of arrows from the gem space, was simply like a rocket launcher with an infinite burst, shooting and exploding non-stop. Stop! List! You coward! Fight me if you have the guts. When Marquis Nuteo saw List frantically weakening the Roaring Knights elites, his heart bled and he roared again and again. However, he could not catch up with List. When he prepared to deal with the Coral Islands orders of chivalry in the same way, List would nimbly shoot in the direction of the roaring orders of chivalry, where he could rescue the roaring orders of chivalry. It was a dilemma whether to kill a group of ordinary Earth Knights or protect his roaring orders of chivalry elites, but Marquis Nuteo had no other choice. He did not dare to not rescue them, because the roaring orders of chivalry was the source of his strength. Without the condensed chi provided by the roaring orders of chivalry, he could not fight against List, who had the inheritance of an ancient warrior, head-on. The first time they met, he understood that the young and enviable knight in front of him was definitely a top expert of the inheritance of an ancient warrior. He had no choice but to use the true power of the perfection-level Sky Knight. The perfection-level Sky Knight was the pinnacle of the Dragon Knight, below the Knight. However, most perfection-level Sky Knights, without the inheritance of their families, found it difficult to display their true strength. They were usually just a bit stronger than sacred swordsmen. However, great aristocrats like the Yuhua stone family, which had hundreds of years of inheritance. Naturally, there was a battle method that was passed down from generation to generation, which truly belonged to the Sky Knights at the peak level, combat aura domain. The perfection-level Sky Knight who mastered the Chi domain had another name within the circle of greater aristocrats, Domain Knight. The roaring orders of chivalry Knight's Chi, under the influence of the Domain Knight's Chi, resonated, and gave birth to a huge increase in Chi, condensing into a domain belonging to the Domain Knight. In the Domain Knight was almost invincible, and any enemy could not escape being crushed. This was also the reason why the Knight families other than the Dragon Knight could constantly nibble away the inheritance of ancient warriors and ancient wizards. Although the individual strength of the Sky Knight was not too strong, once they had the domain, they could display the strength of the top ancient warriors. Moreover, there was the charge of the Orders of Chivalry. In the competition between families, the final winner was always the Knight side. The Dragon Knight was just in high spirits for a while. The Domain Knight was the true cornerstone of the greater aristocrats. However, the unexpected happened. He did not know that List was not an ancient warrior, but a quasi-dragon knight who could not ride a dragon. Therefore, List was not crushed, and by relying on his powerful explosive archery, he constantly destroyed the foundation of the Marquis domain. Every time a knight died, the Qi domain weakened a bit. This made the Marquis feel angry and flustered at the same time. After going back and forth several times, the domain provided by the Roaring Orders of Chivalry had declined substantially, and the power provided by them had also seriously shrunk. The good situation that had just been reversed once again. The Coral Island Orders of Chivalry once again began to slaughter the Roaring Orders of Chivalry that List had targeted. The miscellaneous Orders of Chivalry that came to support them collapsed one after another under List's archery. The more List shot, the more excited he became. He clearly felt that the power of the Marquis was declining. However, in order to not give the other party a chance to make a comeback, he continued to use kiting tactics, constantly weakening the Roaring Orders of Chivalry. At the same time, he could also find time to shoot the 4 Sky Knights, providing support for Li William. Soaring into the air, arrows scattered. Chapter 625. 1/3 of the Roaring Orders of Chivalry had been killed by List, and the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry, who were lying in ambush on the left and right, launched a sneak attack. List's magic eyes clearly saw that the Qi of the Orders of Chivalry condensed by Marquis Wildtao had become thin and loose, no longer as mighty as before. At this time, the furious Marquis Wildtao had nothing to say. List clearly felt that he might have had the idea of escaping, but because the Roaring Orders of Chivalry was still charging, he was reluctant to abandon his Orders of Chivalry. However, when List pulled the bowstring again, 3 arrows suddenly defeated a Sky Knight, giving Li William a chance to catch his breath. Marquis Wildtao could no longer persist. He thoroughly understood that this furious attack was already a failure. Roaring Orders of Chivalry, listen to my command, retreat. With a roar full of resentment, the Domain Knight, clad in golden armor, personally brought up the rear, trying to buy time for the Roaring Orders of Chivalry to retreat. Rumble. Following Marquis Wildtao's order, the Orders of Chivalry, who were already terrified by List's arrows, turned around one after another, no longer daring to launch another charge, and instead frantically fled the way they came. The stalemate collapsed. The Roaring Orders of Chivalry fled in disorder, while the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry pursued. Unfortunately, the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry were already in the midst of a series of charges, their numbers were sharply reduced, and they were unable to expand the results of the battle. They could only watch as the other knight fled into the distance. However, the Orders of Chivalry could escape, but Marquis Wildtao could not. After withdrawing the swift shadow bow and seeing the Roaring Orders of Chivalry begin to retreat, List didn't say any nonsense. He swooped down towards Marquis Wildtao with the Sky Cutter sword in hand. High-level fire-attributed dragon Qi circled around his body. Bathed in flames, he activated the accumulated power move, Blazing Sun-Scorching Stab. You want to escape? Have you asked for my permission? It was as if a comet was crashing into Earth. Marquis Wildwave didn't fall back. He was still controlling the thin Orders of Chivalry's combat Qi. He swung his Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword, creating a giant wave that clashed with the fireball that List had turned into. Thump! The flames and the waves swallowed and splashed each other. Half of the sky was fire and the other half was rain. The flames were mixed with evaporated water vapor, and the rain was mixed with inextinguishable flames. Borrowing strength from each other, the two of them continued to swing their swords in the sky. At first, the impure water-attributed battle chi and the pure fire-attributed battle chi were evenly matched. However, as the flames continued to devour the waves, the Marquis soon felt that he was surrounded by flames. Roaring orders of chivalry had already retreated to the rear. Orders of chivalry pulled his Do Chi away from him. His Do Chi domain was weakened once again. It was no longer able to resist the erosion of the dragon Do Chi. From crushing List, he was gradually being crushed by List. After a few moments of carelessness, the sky-slicing greatsword, which was full of cracks, had already cut open his golden armor. If it wasn't for the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword being very hard and able to break off a little of the sky-slicing greatsword's blade, List would have already slashed at him. No matter what move it was, as long as it could kill, it was an exquisite move. Clang! Another long sword collision. The Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword knocked off a piece of the sky-slicing greatsword's blade. Marquis Wildwave took advantage of the situation and shouted, "Sapphire's ancient warrior inheritor, List Tulip. The battle of orders of chivalry is over. I have to admit that you are very strong. There is no point in continuing to fight. Why don't we stop here and talk about Deborah's ransom?" List didn't answer. Now that he had the upper hand, he wouldn't let Marquis Wildwave off just because of some nonsense. Glancing at the sky-slicing greatsword that was already on the verge of being scrapped, he hardened his heart and suddenly roused the little remaining dragon's chi in his body, pouring it all into the sky-slicing greatsword. Concentrating all his strength, he brandished his hands and slashed down in a circle, looking like he was going to cut Marquis Wildwave into two. Seeing this, Marquis Wildwave's eyes were red. "What enmity do I have with you?" He cursed in his heart, but he had no choice but to raise the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword above his head in a panic to resist List's suicidal attack. However, he miscalculated once again. List's move was just a feint. His real target was the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword's hilt. Clang! The sky-slicing greatsword broke into two pieces on the spot and was completely destroyed. However, the surging dragon's chi exploded, successfully injuring the Marquis Wildwave's hand that was holding the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword. He dropped the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword on the spot. He seemed to understand that he had been tricked. Marquis Wildwave ignored the injury on his hand and pounced on the falling Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword. List was panting. That move just now had consumed too much dragon's chi. However, his plan was not complete yet. He gritted his teeth and took out the swift shadow bow again. He drew the bow and added an arrow to it. 3 arrows flew out. Then, another 3 arrows flew out. The ultimate meaning of multiple arrows, multiple phantom arrows, was cast to attack the Marquis Wildwave's path. This archery technique was very exquisite. As long as it was successfully cast, it would almost never miss. It was the same this time. 6 arrows drew unpredictable trajectories and hit the Marquis Wildwave hard. The golden armor was indeed strong. The arrows could not completely penetrate it. However, the exploding dragon's chi directly blasted the Marquis Wildwave hundreds of meters away. In the next second, List fell rapidly and caught up with the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword that was falling freely. When he held the sword hilt, he suddenly felt a cold aura, causing the restless fire chi in his body to stagnate. Could the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword be made from the bones of an ice dragon? It doesn't seem to match my fire chi very well. However, the weight and size are not bad. Especially this asymmetrical design, it fits my taste very well. He held the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword as he landed. After a quick look, he liked the eye-catching design of the sword. It was crystal clear, radiated cold light, and had a strange design. It was very eye-catching. This kind of weapon that attracted people's attention clearly matched List's style of clothing. He tried to inject fire chi. He felt that this big elf soldier's fire chi bonus was very weak. However, whether it was the speed of infusion or the smoothness of the circulation, it was much better than the damaged Sky Cutter greatsword. Perhaps it was a little incompatible with fire chi, but it would have no problem filling the position of the Sky Cutter greatsword. The weapon itself did not have any attribute that could restrain it. It could only be said that the materials had restrictions on the circulation speed of different attributes of chi. Just like how different objects have different electrical resistance. As a big elf soldier made from dragon bones, the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword's electrical resistance was much lower than the Sky Cutter greatsword. Even its resistance to fire chi was lower than the Sky Cutter greatsword. Coupled with the sturdiness of the materials and the special attribute that the big elf blood gave, this sword quickly became the ideal sword in List's mind. He looked up and saw that Marquis Wildtao, who had been shot away, did not rush over to grab the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. He just looked at List from afar, then took the 4 Sky Knights who had retreated and flew away. The remaining knight escorting the roaring orders of chivalry completely left the battlefield of Little River Heart Castle. He did not even seem to want to talk about the ransom of his nephew, Deborah. List stood where he was. He did not chase after Marquis Wildtao. He had not familiarized himself with the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, and his dragon chi was almost exhausted. Even if he caught up, it would be difficult to kill Marquis Wildtao. Moreover, if he really killed Marquis Wildtao, it would be a big sensation. Although there were many marquises in the Eagle Kingdom, as a great lord, the shock of his death or capture was likely to attract the attention of the Dragon Knight. Before the iron mine of trapped Dragon Mountain was snatched, it was not good to be high profile. Chapter 626. The surviving knights led the retainer knights and began to clean up the battlefield. They took in the captives who didn't escape in time, picked up the abandoned armors, swords, spears, and horses on the ground, and sorted the corpses of the dead. The enemy knight's body would be returned to Marquis Wildtao. The knight's body would be cremated on the spot and the ashes would be brought back. However, most of the knights on the battlefield were injured. Knights with strong bodies did not die easily. Even if they were pierced by a knight's spear, many knights would survive. As long as it was not a crippling injury, they could recover after recuperation. These knights could also be exchanged for a large amount of ransom, or recruited as one's own knight. After the Sapphire Grand Duke released the knights' captives, as long as they won such a fierce battle, there would not be many losses. The prisoners and materials obtained were enough to make up for the losses. List returned to Little River Heart Castle with the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword. He intended to find Earl Lee William and talk about the powerful attack of Marquis Wildtao. But as soon as the Earl landed, he was surrounded by a group of knights and carried back. When List was being crushed by Marquis Wildtao, the Earl fought against 4 Sky Knights alone. If List had not adjusted his tactics at the critical moment and used his dragon fighting to control the archery, he would have gone to see List's mother, Melissa Longtaro, and complained that his son was deceiving him. The Earl needed to rest, so List did not disturb him. In fact, he had also suffered some internal injuries. It was caused by Marquis Wildtao smashing him from the air to the ground, which dislocated his internal organs. It was not a problem to use fighting energy to heal. Let the chef prepare the meal. He gave a simple order and went to the bathroom to take a bath and change clothes. He drank some banpo milk and ate some Boothiel stork meat in the bedroom. He also took out a few magic potions to drink. He needed to replenish his dragon fighting energy first. Only with strength could he be confident and not be affected by unexpected events. Therefore, after taking a bath for half an hour, his body had almost recovered. His Do Chi had also recovered by half, and he once again felt full of strength. In particular, his high-grade fire attribute dragon's Do Chi seemed to have improved in this battle. The Sky Knight's advanced chi was divided into two stages, ordinary and perfect. Although List's advanced Do Chi had already transformed into Dragon Do Chi, its essence was not yet complete. This was a brand new training experience. He was probably the only one who could train with a dragon before his combat aura was perfected. In the dining room, a table of delicacies had already been prepared. The chef was brought by List from the Flower Town. Although he was not as good as Mrs. Abby, but he was very knowledgeable in cooking and stir-frying. List had just sat down and put on his napkin. He already knew that List had snatched the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword from the hands of Marquis Wildtao. "My lord. I know why you're here." List tossed the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword to him. "Take a good look. Also, tell me about this great elf soldier's attributes." "Thank you, my lord." Arvin took the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword with trembling hands and gasped with excitement. "I thought that I would never see the family treasure again. With Marquis Wildtao's status and power, he would never return the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. The Eagle Sword family has held this sword for hundreds of years." List listened to his explanation while eating. Although Arvin's aptitude was a bit wasted and the Eagle Sword family had long since declined, but the information about the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword had been passed down from generation to generation. At the beginning of the Eagle Kingdom's founding, an ice dragon was slain. A piece of the dragon's forelimb bone was sealed by the royal family's wizards and later rewarded to my family. At that time, the family's Iron Knight ancestor, after several fumbles, forged a dragon bone weapon. Later, they obtained a great elf whose lifespan was about to end. They soaked it in the great elf's blood and recast it, completing the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword as a symbol of the family's inheritance. Its basic attribute is to amplify the ice attribute fighting energy, which can achieve a fourfold effect. The more powerful the knight, the more power it can display. At the same time, it can amplify the water, thunder, and wind attribute fighting energy by 2 to 3 times. Even the fire attribute fighting energy can achieve a one-fold amplification. At the same time, it can also increase the degree of solidification of fighting energy and slow down the speed at which fighting energy dissipates. But its real strength is the special ability given by the Great Elf's blood. This is a secret that even Marquis Wildtao doesn't know. I've always said to Deborah that I don't know, but in fact, I do. The blood of the elves had a special bonus to weapons. List was very clear about this. As a small elf weapon, the Swift Shadow Bow's special effect was to increase the speed of arrows. So he asked with shining eyes, "What is the special ability of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword?" "Ice Sealing Domain." "Ice Sealing Domain. What does that mean?" Arvin replied, "My lord, I watched the whole battle between you and Marquis Wildtao from the castle. If my family's inheritance is not wrong, Marquis Wildtao is a powerful domain knight." "Domain knight? What does that mean? Ancient warrior inheritance?" "On the contrary, the domain knight severed quite a lot of ancient warrior inheritance. I'm just an elite earth knight and don't know much about the Sky Knight. In the knowledge passed down by my family, it is recorded that the perfect Sky Knight can resonate with the fighting energy of the orders of chivalry and form a powerful fighting energy domain." "Tell me in detail. I heard my father mention it before. At that time, I just treated it as a story and listened to it casually. I'm not very clear. My father told me that the fighting energy domain of a domain knight is not indestructible. The Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword can freeze the resonance of the fighting energy domain and cut off the source of the domain knight's power. This was a new training system. Or rather, it was a missing link between the Sky Knight and the Dragon Knight." List asked Arvin in detail, but Arvin knew only vaguely. He only knew that the perfect Sky Knight had a fighting energy domain. As for the cultivation method of the fighting energy domain, he knew nothing. Even the ability of the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword to freeze the fighting energy domain, Arvin did not know how to activate it. "My lord, you need to figure this out. All I can provide is that the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword seems to be able to transform the fighting energy of the user. I remember my father said that if he could use the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword, then he could make a fortune by selling ice. Unfortunately, to drive it, he needs high-level fighting energy. After that, Arvin handed the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword back to List with both hands and knelt on one knee to perform the knight's loyalty etiquette. "Thank you, my lord, for rescuing me from the cage and taking back the Ice Soul Dragon Slaying Sword that has been passed down for generations. Arvin Eagle's sword will follow you loyally and swear by the glory of the night to charge for my lord." Chapter 627. Just as List finished his meal and took inventory of the spoils from the battlefield, preparing to explore the ice domain of the dragon-slaying sword in the afternoon, the blood servant that had been sent out for a few days had finally returned. "Sir, we have investigated the coiling Dragon Mountain iron mine. There is indeed a huge iron mine there, and it is filled with mined iron ore. There are millions of tons of it. There are 2 sword saints and 800 elite knights guarding the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. Millions of tons of iron ore." List's eyes lit up. Back then, the Count had plundered 200,000 tons of iron ore, and thus accumulated his military merits. If he plundered another 1,000,000 tons of iron ore this time, wouldn't he be able to become a marquis in one go? After all, 1,000,000 tons of iron ore could probably guarantee Sapphire's use for the next decade or so. He quickly calculated in his mind, with 1,000,000 tons of iron ore and my Ghost Blade legacy, I believe that as long as the Grand Duke isn't stupid, he will give the Tulip family a reasonable position. I can't guarantee that it will be as good as Marquis Bull, but it definitely won't be worse than the other 6 marquises. Following Iron Hoof Island's Marquis Bull Andy Sapphire's betrayal and capture, Sapphire was left with 6 marquises. 4 fiefdom marquises: Red Crab Island's Marquis Merlin Longtaro, Deep Throat Island's Marquis Wallace Pineapple, Golden Island's Marquis Roderick Golden Wheat, Leather Island's Marquis Ramirez White Glutinous Rice. 2 Blue Blood Alliance's Marquis, Maple City's Marquis Glendonton Maple Leaf, Quicksand City's Marquis Nesta Great Flower Orchid. If they really plundered 1,000,000 tons of iron ore from the coiling Dragon Mountain iron mine, even half of the military merits would be given to Golden Wheat and the Taro family, who were in charge of the transportation. Lee Williams' military merits were still huge, and he would definitely seize one of the 3 marquises on Iron Hoof Island. If the Count becomes a marquis, the Tulip family will probably bring their followers to Iron Hoof Island to farm. As one of the Count's followers, I will have to migrate to Iron Hoof Island. Fortunately, there will be 3 to 5 years of preparation time before the migration. With this time, I will probably be able to ride a dragon successfully and have a showdown with the Grand Duke. These thoughts flashed through his mind. List didn't delve deeper. Instead, he continued to ask the vampires about the situation in trapped Dragon Mountain. The coiling Dragon Mountain iron mine belonged to Dragon Lock City, and Dragon Lock City was Countess Lianshan's fief. In other words, the coiling Dragon Mountain iron mine belonged to Countess Lianshan. "Sir, you will never be able to guess who the owner of the title of Count Lianshan is. His other title is the Golden Age Marquis." Bloody Mary licked her lips, not knowing what to say. "We, the Blood Servants, never thought that the coiling Dragon Mountain iron mine was actually the private property of the Peak-era Marquis." "Prime Marquis?" List's eyes narrowed. "Mary, I've told you before, don't keep me guessing." "My apologies, my lord." Bloody Mary put away her expression. "The true identity of the Marquis of Peak Prosperity and Countess Lianshan is the King's Dragon Knight, the master of the Black Knight family, Alonso Copernicus. In fact, we also discovered a pure-blood vampire in the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine." He raised his eyebrows. List felt that he and Alonso Copernicus were fated. The mastermind behind the betrayal of the Bull Marquis was most likely Alonso Copernicus, the financial backer behind the Goat Gathering was Alonso Copernicus, and the master of the Black Knight family was also Alonso Copernicus. Now, even the iron mine that he planned to rob still belonged to Alonso Copernicus. I haven't even succeeded in riding a dragon, and I already have to completely offend a powerful dragon knight. Or is it that when I announce my identity as a dragon knight, the person who will most likely initiate the dragon-slaying war will be this Eagle Kingdom dragon knight? This thought emerged in List's mind, and he could not help but ponder. Whether it was the few wars or the smoke missions, they all vaguely pointed the spearhead at Alonso Copernicus. Perhaps, this person would really be his future opponent in the dragon-slaying war. Not every dragon knight would encounter the dragon-slaying war, but if a dragon knight wanted to build a country, divide his own power, and change the power structure of the world, it would definitely cause other dragon knight to take action. Either one, or a few, would come to test him. If Andrew Sapphire had not survived the dragon-slaying war more than 150 years ago, there probably would not have been the birth of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. This was a huge wake-up call for List. His gaze landed on the 5 blood servants. List was already immersed in his own thoughts. Alonso Copernicus is the biggest threat in the dragon-slaying war, and the missions I completed before were more or less related to him. Maybe this is a series of missions, in preparation for me to win the dragon-slaying war. He suddenly thought of something, and walked out of his thoughts, and asked aloud, Alonso Copernicus dragon, is it a bronze dragon? Yes, my lord. List could not deny it, and fell into deep thought again. Alonso's dragon is a bronze dragon, and my dragon is a fire dragon. Production-type gemstone dragons and metal dragons are basically equivalent to militia, and elemental dragons are equivalent to regular soldiers. As long as I accumulate enough power, Alonso may not be my opponent. He had his own understanding of the accumulation of power. Weakening the opponent's resources was equivalent to increasing his own bargaining chips. For the sake of the future dragon-slaying war, it seems that I have to rob the iron mine in the coiling Dragon Mountain. He was not an indecisive person, and with just a few thoughts, he had already made his decision. He then suppressed his thoughts, and returned to the blood servant's report. Did you just say that the iron mine in the coiling Dragon Mountain is guarded by vampires? Yes, my lord. The one guarding the iron mine in the coiling Dragon Mountain is the pure-blood Famil Black Knight. His power is similar to Tubert Black Knight, but he is a native pure-blood. He also has 3 mixed bloods under his command, the Enchantress Phoebe, the Black-robed Vansa, and the Fanged Seth. Only 3 mixed bloods? Bloody Mary replied, usually, a pure-blood will have 2 or 3 mixed bloods as his subordinates. Tubert only brought us 5 mixed bloods because he had a mission. Only Hamel and I are his true subordinates. List could not help but muse, vampires are troublesome. At this time, Bloody Mary suddenly said, My lord, if you plan to attack the iron mine in the coiling Dragon Mountain, perhaps we, the blood servants can help you eliminate Famil and his 3 subordinates. List raised his eyelids and looked at Bloody Mary, his face expressionless. Only when Bloody Mary was nervous and at a loss did he speak lightly, As a servant, my first request is that you do not cross the line. Bloody Mary immediately knelt on one knee. I am sorry, my lord. Mary sincerely apologizes. I should not have acted on my own. Her expression did not seem to be pretending. Seeing this, List did not pursue the matter further. He only said calmly, just this once. Tell me your plan to help me eliminate these 4 vampires. We can pretend that Tubert invited Famil to leave the iron mine in the coiling Dragon Mountain and head to the 3-Dragon City for a secret meeting. Along the way, my lord, you can directly kill him and find the 3 hearts he is carrying. The 3 vampires will naturally prostrate themselves at your feet. The plan was rather simple and crude. But List readily agreed after some thought. He had always liked this kind of simple and crude style. Overly elaborate conspiracies were not his forte. He always felt that the more elaborate the plan, the easier it was to make mistakes. Chapter 628. If the plan is successful, Mary, I will reward you with Tubert's heart. As for you guys, continue to make contributions, and Famer's heart may belong to one of you. Just relying on a big stick could make the blood servants revere him, but they would not necessarily work hard. But with Carrot's participation, it was believed that these vampires would do their best to obtain the delicious pure-blood vampire's heart. But looking at the expressions and eyes of Bloody Mary and the 4 blood servants, he knew that the method was effective. He sent away the blood servants. List sat on Deborah's mount and focused on summoning the smoke mission. As early as when he was taking a bath, he had already received the notification that he had completed the mission. Mission completed. Reward, unknown number of fairies. The issue of Deborah's ransom had not been negotiated yet, so the reward for this mission was still unclear. But List was not in a hurry. He even planned to deliberately delay the ransom exchange to numb the Marquis of Fury Tau so that he could complete the plan to attack 3 dragon cities and trapped Dragon Mountain. Finally, he could squeeze out time to transport the iron ore. There was too much iron ore. Even if he mobilized a large number of ships, it would still be difficult to transport so much iron ore. This world's sailboat manufacturing technology was not developed. It was said that Jianghu's treasure ship of the Ming dynasty could reach 2,500 tons. Even a tenth of its size could reach 250 tons. Unfortunately, a 2-masted merchant ship here could transport more than 1,000,000 tons of cargo. 1,000,000 tons of iron ore needed to be transported over 10,000 times. The Tulip family had about 100 merchant ships, the Taro family had about 700, and the Golden Wheats family had about 1,100. Altogether, there were about 2,000 ships. But in order to transport the iron ore to the mouth of the Roaring River, the commander-in-chief of this expedition, the eldest prince, would definitely organize more ships to help transport it. With the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's hundreds of years of experience in the expedition, doing this had become an instinct. List did not need to worry about the final transport. He only needed to fight for about 10 days to ensure that no Dragon Knight would rush over before the iron ore in trapped Dragon Mountain was emptied. Then, he would help the eldest prince transport the iron ore back to his country. This time, he would get all the credit. As long as I can delay the news for another day, I'll delay the news for another day. I'll borrow the power of the Taro family and the Golden Wheats family to seal off the shores of the Howling River and cut off the connection between trapped Dragon Mountain and Dragon Lock City. Then, I'll send the blood servants to kill the knight who sends the message. I believe I can delay the news for a while. If the delay was successful, then it would take time for the Dragon Knight to receive the news and travel. With this, the iron mines of trapped Dragon Mountain would have been emptied long ago. He looked at the smoke serpentines that had already appeared in front of him. Quest, the scale of the war is growing larger and larger. As the future Dragon Knight, the battle plans that you will be able to control will also grow larger and larger. This is a necessary lesson for a Dragon Knight. Please make a comprehensive plan to plunder the iron ore and seize the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. Reward, High-Level Chi's Secret Manual. The mission reward wasn't anything worth being surprised about. With the secret manual of Rising Red Sun Flame, he didn't need to practice any more. What's more, he still had the Earl's Giant Wave Breaks the Tide, and the reward of killing Earl Snade, the 15-kilogram Thunder Sky Flash. One more could only be used as a reserve. He was focused on the mission itself. Even the smoke mission is urging me to plunder the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine. I absolutely can't make any mistakes in this battle plan. Whether it's the Taro family or the Golden Wheat family, they must all strictly obey my instructions. Otherwise, I don't mind revealing a little of the Ghostblade's elegance. The battle with Marquis Wildwave made him realize that his strength wasn't strong enough. If it wasn't for his archery, perhaps he would have failed on the verge of success and lost everything. The war made him restrain his arrogant attitude. But in the end, he still retained a bit of adventurous spirit in the bottom of his heart. He wasn't willing to cower and play dumb. This was probably the dignity of a Dragon Knight, which didn't allow him to keep a low profile. At night in Little River Heart Castle, the solemn cremation ceremony in the evening came to an end. The knight regained their joyous attitude. They drank heavily, shouted loudly, and celebrated the victory of the war. Defeating the roaring orders of chivalry with the weak was naturally a great thing to be proud of. Although most of the credit belonged to List, they still made a great contribution by withstanding the charge of the roaring orders of chivalry, ensuring that the battle didn't collapse one-sidedly, and providing an environment for List to make a comeback. This toast is to wish His Excellency List to ride the dragon as soon as possible and reach the peak of the night. To wish His Excellency List to ride the dragon as soon as possible. His Excellency to ride the dragon as soon as possible. The knights roared and spilled beer everywhere. Riding a dragon was a wish that was always on the lips of knights. They witnessed how List killed the powerful Marquis Wildwave. In their minds, if the Grand Duchy of Sapphire had a new dragon, the next person to ride the dragon would be List. Of course. Deep in their hearts, no one thought that List could ride the dragon. Dragons were too rare, and it was too difficult to ride a dragon. Many people didn't even have a clear concept of dragons. Those nobles with dragons always liked to keep it secret to ensure that the nobility and authority of the dragon would not be shaken. In other words, the nobles had a strict confidentiality mentality for any secret that could shake their status. Elf training was confidential, knight training was confidential, Iron Knight training was confidential, cultural knowledge was confidential, and dragons were the most confidential content. At this moment, List, who was being congratulated by the knight, was chatting with the count, who was resting in bed in the bedroom. The battlefield has been counted. More than 500 people were killed, but more than 800 were captured. I myself only replenished the Black Horse Island orders of chivalry, and then most of the night was used to make up for your losses. Viscount Jonas and Viscount Trick are satisfied with the results of this distribution. You already have the authority that they dare not offend. Naturally, they have no objection to your distribution, and I also trust your distribution. The Count's injury looked serious, but it was mostly skin trauma. After resting for a while, his complexion returned to normal, and he would be completely healed in a few days. I am already preparing for the Kuro Mountain Iron Mine robbery plan. Once the Taro family and the Golden Wheat family are in place, the plan will be executed. If you can defeat Marquis Nuteo, the probability of success of the plan will be greatly increased. I have no objection to this. The feasibility of the plan is indeed very high, and it is all under my control. However, I need Father to coordinate with the Taro family and the Golden Wheat family so that they don't drag me down. Don't worry. By the way, Father, you saw my sword battle with Marquis Nuteo. Is there anything you can teach me? List was ready to ask the Count about the Domain Knight. However, the Count's face was gloomy. I have nothing to teach you. I can't understand your sword battle with Marquis Nuteo. Father, haven't you met a Domain Knight like Marquis Nuteo in many years of war? The Count was puzzled. A Domain Knight? Once a perfect Sky Knight resonates with the orders of chivalry, he can condense a combat aura domain and strengthen his own power. Such a perfect Sky Knight is called a Domain Knight. There are many perfect Sky Knights in the country, including Grandfather. Don't tell me you don't have a combat aura domain. Maybe you can wait for Roderick to come and ask him. The Count leaned on the pillow and looked at the ceiling with a confused look. I have experienced more than 20 orders of chivalry, but every time I fight, I deliberately avoid the Marquis's forces. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have agreed to fight Marquis Nuteo head-on. His meaning was clear. Lee William had always adhered to the policy of bullying the weak and raiding resources. So he might have fought a perfect Sky Knight before, but he had never fought a perfect Sky Knight in a big battle like the Orders of Chivalry. That was why he had never experienced the power of a Domain Knight. He didn't even know that there was a Domain Knight above the perfect level. He let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at his young but mature second son. When Roderick and Masiro arrive, they will ask you why you are so strong. Maybe you should tell me how the glory of a knight favors you." List was silent for a moment. Chapter 629. "Father, do you still remember my flagship, the Sunset?" "Of course I do. The thermostatic bead in the tower gave me a very good experience. You really know how to enjoy yourself." Hee hee. List forced a smile and then said solemnly, "In fact, my Slayer heritage comes from Sunset. It was originally a shipwreck at the bottom of the sea. It was not the shipwreck of the magic goat family, but a strange civilization called Arad." "Arad?" "Yes, the owner of the Sunset was a ghost blade mentor named G.S.D. After the collapse of the Arad civilization, he crossed the sea to find a new habitat suitable for his people, but he encountered a catastrophic tsunami. He only had time to leave the ghost blade heritage and then sank in the sea. So, you got the ghost blade heritage from G.S.D. Is this the real reason why your cultivation progress is so fast and your strength is so outstanding?" The Count seemed to show some signs of relief, probably because he knew that his son was outstanding for another reason, so his face was a little better. "The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Use your ears to hear, and your heart to cut." List said these two eye-catching slogans lightly. "The sword of a ghost blade never hesitates because wisdom is with me." This is the teaching left by mentor G.S.D., and the spiritual power pursued by ghost blades. From your battle, I can see that the ghost blade is indeed a powerful heritage. Yes. Then, as the ghost blade heir, can you teach more people to inherit the ghost blade heritage? I'm afraid not for the time being. The most important thing about the ghost blade heritage is the spiritual power heritage. My spiritual power comes from the spiritual power left by mentor G.S.D. Unless I can understand the ghost blade heritage, I can't teach others the spiritual power of the ghost blade. The ghost blade heritage was nonsense, so of course, he couldn't teach others casually. Seeing that the Earl still wanted to ask, he felt that the story he made up was wonderful enough, so he changed the topic. "Father, the ghost blade heritage is very mysterious and powerful. I hope the family can support me and keep the core secret for me. When I understand the heritage, I will be the greatest help to the rise of the Tulip family." He heard that List was willing to hand over the ghost blade legacy to his family. William's breathing quickened. "Don't worry, I know the value of an ancient warrior's legacy. This is an opportunity that belongs to you. Even an archduke can't force it. Moreover, the Sapphire clan has the inheritance of the Dragon Knight, so there is no need for them to come and demand the ancient warrior inheritance of their followers." List nodded and said no more. His feelings towards the Tulip family were rather complicated. On one hand, he had already been in theft and was an independent individual, so all the profits belonged to him. On the other hand, whether it was managing the territory or building a kingdom by riding a dragon in the future, the Tulip family would be an important help. If I wasn't a transmigrator, I probably wouldn't have to be so conflicted. I keep feeling that benefits are more important than emotions. Of course, it seems that the relationship between nobles is quite weak. Benefits are what nobles value the most. Shaking his head in his heart, he got up and left the bedroom. Regardless of whether one's relationship with the Tulip family was based on benefits or relationships, at least both existed at the same time. This relationship should not be separated. 2 days of rest. The Count's body had almost recovered. Messiro and Roderick each brought their family's elite orders of chivalry and rushed to Little River Heart Castle. The lively banquet was over. The basic situation was explained clearly. Even List's ghost blade inheritance was vaguely mentioned by the Count. Immediately, a small meeting was held in the study. List became the leader of the meeting. "Sir Messiro, Marquis Roderick, what you need to do is to lead the orders of chivalry to harass the territory of Marquis Nuteo, so that he has no time to care about the situation outside his territory. In addition, each of you will transfer an elite orders of chivalry for me to drive, and I will lead the attack on 3 dragon cities and trapped Dragon Mountain. I have no objection. I will leave the 300 elite knights under my command to you, List. Masiro simply agreed. After knowing that List had obtained the Ghostblade inheritance and defeated a powerful domain knight, Masiro was quite happy. List would be a powerful foreign aid for the Taro family. Roderick thought for a moment and readily agreed. My main orders of chivalry are cooperating with the eldest prince's actions, so I can only allocate 300 elite knights to help you complete the task. Okay, your 600 elite knights, plus the 200 elite knights of the Tulip family, 800 elite knights are enough for me to gallop across the land. List said calmly. After experiencing the crazy battle with Marquis Nuteo, he already knew his limit. Knowing himself, no longer being arrogant, he became more confident. Without much hesitation, after the orders of chivalry were ready, List led the mixed elite orders of chivalry along the road explored by the blood servants, bathing in the rising sun, and galloping westward. On the other side, the orders of chivalry of Red Crab Island, orders of chivalry of Golden Island, and orders of chivalry of Coral Island also began to move out on a large scale. Their purpose was not to kill and plunder, but to harass and restrain. This tactic was very well practiced by the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's orders of chivalry. The entire territory of Marquis Nuteo, which was attacking the river plain, was under the harassment of the 3 orders of chivalry, and the knights of the surrounding territories did not dare to go out easily. Many small noble lords even began to strengthen their defenses, preparing to hide in their castles until the end of the expansion order. Under such circumstances, List led the mixed elite orders of chivalry to a place not far from 3 Dragon City in the evening. He was secretly sizing up Egret Castle, which was built on a mountain by the river. My lord, Count Egret is hiding in Egret Castle. Since you defeated Marquis Nuteo in the battle, Count Egret, as one of the participants in the battle, is terrified of your majesty. Not only has he widened the moat, but he has also reinforced the castle walls, intending to defend Egret Castle to the death. Egret Castle was the main castle of 3 Dragon City. It's impossible to defend. List rode on the back of the Chocobo Loki, followed by 9 majestic big dogs. Pass down my order, take Egret Castle before nightfall and use it as a barrier to defend 3 Dragon City. Ensure that the 3 Dragons River and the Roaring River are unimpeded. No one questioned List's decision. In the era of the knight's rule where strength was king, he had displayed the strength of a top expert. As a subordinate, he could give suggestions in meetings, but he only needed to carry out decisions in battle. The commanders of the various orders of chivalry went to make preparations. List looked at the 5 blood servants. What you need to do is to ensure that not a single knight escapes. After Egret Castle is breached, all news must be sealed within 3 Dragon City. Yes, my lord, please leave it to us. The 5 immediately turned into bats and flew into the twilight, wandering towards Egret Castle. As eyes and assassins, they quietly waited for the arrival of the siege. 15 minutes later. Chapter 630. Enemy Attack. A dull horn sounded in Egret Castle. All the knight hurriedly put on their armor and rushed to the top of the wall to observe the enemy and defend the castle. Count Heron, who hurriedly put on his armor, also climbed to the top of the castle wall and looked at the mixed orders of chivalry galloping in the dusk. The elite knight of Coral Island had silver helmets and silver armors, the elite knight of Red Crab Island had golden helmets and golden armors, and the elite knight of Golden Island had gray helmets and gray armors. Their horses were also of different colors. Although it was a mixed orders of chivalry, Count Heron still began to tense up. He saw the flag in front of the orders of chivalry fluttering in the wind, a long red flag embroidered with a blooming black tulip pattern. He remembered this pattern deeply. 3 days ago, the defeat of the roaring orders of chivalry was due to this flag. It's him, it's him, it's him. Count Heron's chest heaved up and down with a trace of trembling. He remembered the unparalleled battle in which Marquis Wildtao, with the power of the entire orders of chivalry, was ultimately defeated by an excessively young Sapphire Knight. Marquis Wildtao was his lord, one of the top-ranking marquises of the Eagle Kingdom. Therefore, he was well aware of the strength of Marquis Wildtao. He had followed Marquis Wildtao since he was a teenager, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a middle-aged man. He had seen the elegance of a domain knight more than once, especially during the expedition to the border. Even the famous bearskin Marquis Boulder had a status slightly lower than Marquis Wildtao. He had always thought that unless the Dragon Knight appeared, his lord was absolutely invincible. He never thought that he would be defeated by a fly from sapphire. For this reason, during the 2 days he returned to the castle to rest and reorganize, he did not want to accept this reality. However, it's him. He actually came to Egret Castle. Count Heron forced himself to calm down, and then shouted loudly, "Knights of Egret Castle, the enemy from Sapphire is very powerful, but if we unite and fight, no one can break the impregnable walls of Egret Castle. Defend the castle. Repel Sapphire flies." The knights responded enthusiastically, and their shouts calmed the Earl of Heron down completely. Perhaps during the sword battle, he was no match for the knight named List Tulip. But now, it was neither a sword battle nor a charge on flat ground, but a defense of the castle. Sapphire's orders of chivalry were never good at sieging cities. Every time the orders of expansion were given, they would act like locusts, snatching the supplies and quickly retreating. He didn't attack the city or occupy it. If it wasn't for Deborah Rainflower Stone relying on Marquis Wildwave's doting and stupidity, not going to defend the castle and insisting on charging out of the city, the battle situation wouldn't have collapsed like this. Even if List is an ancient warrior, he won't be able to cause much trouble. After calming down, Count Heron even had the leisure to blame Deborah. He was also a sword saint, but he looked down on the Clearwater sword saint Deborah. His eyes turned to the approaching mixed orders of chivalry. Count Heron clenched the long sword in his hand and no longer let his imagination run wild. His expression was neither happy nor sad. Egret Castle was surrounded by mountains on one side and water on the other, easy to defend and difficult to attack. It was easy to resist the opponent's attack. But the next moment, he couldn't maintain his calmness. He saw that in front of the mixed orders of chivalry, a man riding on the back of a big colorful bird was list of the hundreds of Marquis Wildwave, followed by 9 intermediate World of Warcraft blizzard beasts that had caused serious damage to the roaring orders of chivalry. At this moment, List had taken out the swift shadow bow, knocked an arrow and was ready to shoot. The Earl of Heron did not forget how he relied on his archery skills to hit the roaring orders of chivalry and finally reversed the situation and defeated Marquis Wildwave. A dignified ancient warrior heir actually wants to participate in the siege personally? The question in his heart was answered by 3 long flame arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 long arrows hit 3 windows respectively, directly bursting the wooden baffles of the windows. This was a greeting and also a signal. Next, the mixed orders of chivalry took out their bows and arrows and aimed at Egret Castle to fire suppressive shots. Dosen, who had long been familiar with war, took the 8 little ones and began to release rock grenades and rock thorns on their own to attack the walls of Egret Castle without List's extra instructions. The sword slashes the flesh, the heart slashes the soul. List was too immersed in his role. Before the real attack, he even shouted a slogan. Then his body jumped up, flew high into the sky, and then fell down fiercely. Boom! Amidst the rain of arrows from the castle, he relied on the dragon's fighting spirit to break open an open area and landed on the battlements of Egret Castle. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Instantly, countless Earth Knights stabbed their spears through the inner walls, wanting to turn List into a hornet's nest. List's eyes turned cold, and the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword transformed into flames, instantly cutting the knight's spear into 2. The hardness and sharpness of the dragon bone coupled with the dragon's fighting spirit was inexplicably sharp. After cutting the knight's spear, he waved the Ice Soul dragon-slaying sword and cut down several knight who counterattacked. Regardless of whether they died or not, List directly jumped up and jumped to the next battlements. His goal was clear: to remove all the counterattacking forces of Egret Castle, then let his elite orders of chivalry ascend Egret Castle and attack this seemingly sturdy castle in one go. If it was a dragon knight, a single dragon breath would probably be able to roast the entire castle, and he could only do the hard work himself. The difference between riding a dragon and not riding a dragon was obvious. If I can concoct black gunpowder, the speed of the siege will definitely be greatly increased. Dodo Island has sulfur and charcoal, now it's just lacking saltpeter. I remember the formula of 1 sulfur, 2 saltpeter, and 3 charcoal very clearly. But it's best to wait until I become a dragon knight before inventing a siege weapon like black gunpowder. While cleaning up the counterattacking forces of Egret Castle, List still had the leisure to be distracted. He had been paying attention to black gunpowder for a long time, and it had always been on his waiting list. Unfortunately, when there was saltpeter, there was no sulfur. After discovering Dodo Island, there was sulfur, but saltpeter was used up, and he was unable to develop it. This kind of gunpowder might not be very useful in battle, and its attack power could not compare to the killing power of qi and magic. But in the current era where magic resistance materials were commonly used in castle construction, the physical impact of black gunpowder was definitely a powerful means of dismantling a castle. I have to seriously look for saltpeter mines in the future. He collected his thoughts and carefully cleaned up. With List's hard work, Egret Castle's counterattack was completely extinguished. The Count of Egret Castle did not dare to show up, and the other Earth Knights did not dare to show up. This tall, sturdy castle was like a strong man in a coma, and no matter how strong he was, he could not escape the humiliation of fate. Countless elite knights of orders of chivalry began to climb the outer wall of the castle, and with List opening the way, they were sent into the castle for street fighting. He himself was mixed in with the team, and with the magic eye, all the Earth Knights with strong qi were his key targets. And he quickly locked the position of the Count of Egret Castle, and led the knights to push all the way to the Count. Chapter 631. I Surrender. Just as List expected, when he passed through the encirclement of many knights and stood in front of Count Heron, this Earth-attributed sword saint threw away the sword in his hand. A wise man submits to circumstances. I'm beginning to admire you. Then, I'll have to trouble you to stay in prison for a few days. Let's both think about it carefully for a while, then we'll discuss the issue of your ransom. List said gently. The other party did not resist, so he naturally would not lose his elegance. At this point. At nightfall, a battle with a predetermined outcome quietly ended, and the castle's prison was overcrowded. List sat on the main seat of the castle hall and ordered, Commander Marcus, send someone to inform Sir Masiro and let him arrange for orders of chivalry to come and take over Egret Castle. This castle is located at the intersection of the Three Dragons River and the Roaring River. We must treat it carefully to ensure the smooth flow of the Golden Waterway. Yes, sir. Marcus accepted the order excitedly. He was fortunate enough to know List's plan, so he was in a state of excitement for the past few days. The merit of seizing the iron mine was destined to benefit a large number of knights, and he was almost certain that he would be promoted to a noble and become a lord knight. Because the merit was too abundant, he might be promoted to a baron in a few years. List was not a stingy lord. He had always been generous with the merits of his subordinates. Marcus was well aware of this. List, who was sitting on the main seat, took a sip of tea and said, "Everyone, although Egret Castle has been breached and the Three Dragon City has become our resource collection ground. But you must understand that the Three Dragon City and Egret Castle are not our ultimate goal. Rest for a night, and we will continue tomorrow." "Yes, sir." "Then go and rest. There will be no dinner party. When the real goal is achieved, you can enjoy the banquet every day, and the abundant merit will make you go crazy. The regiment commanders of the Orders of Chivalry, who were greatly encouraged, bowed respectfully and left. At this time, a bat flew in from the window and quickly transformed into Bloody Mary, who was wearing leather clothes and a black cloak. She had already put on Tubert's cloak, and the wide cloak completely covered her voluptuous figure. She had decided to use her ability to get ahead, not her beauty. Of course, the main reason was that beauty didn't work. Her personal style began to abandon her charm and became serious. "Sir, Mary is reporting to you." "Yes." Liszt was a little disappointed with the conservative Bloody Mary. Although the female vampire was old, her figure and skin were well maintained, and she was still pleasing to the eye. He slightly regretted giving her Tubert's cloak as a reward. It would ruin a beautiful scene for no reason. "We've already sealed off Egret Castle, including the tunnels to the castle. We've already killed a few knight and rats who tried to send messages. Currently, Hamel and the rest are still sealing off all the exits to ensure that no news from Egret Castle is leaked." "Very good." Liszt stood up. "Next, hand over the sealing mission to the Orders of Chivalry on night duty. We'll begin the hunting plan." Bloody Mary unconsciously licked her lips. "As you wish, sir." The dark night was the favorite environment for vampires. There was no sunlight, only endless shadows, which allowed them to move freely in any corner. The Triple Dragon City was about 250 kilometers away from the Dragon Lock City, separated by a large mountain range. One of the mountain ranges was called the Coiling Dragon Mountain. There was a huge valley and an iron mine. As for where the iron came from, it could be seen from the name of the mountain. There was once an iron dragon like the Numb-Mouth Iron Dragon or the White-Mouth Iron Dragon. It was trapped here and continuously infected the mountain range, finally producing a large amount of iron. Famil Black Knight was tasting a virgin in a castle in the Coiling Dragon Mountain. He was a supervisor who supervised the iron mining in the Coiling Dragon Mountain. This was because his master, Alonso Cyclamen, was riding a bronze dragon to the border battlefield to confront the Dragon Knight of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. The family's Orders of Chivalry had also gone to the border to participate in the war, so he could not escort the caravan transporting the iron mine. Therefore, a large amount of the mined iron was piled up in the valley, waiting for the war to end before being transported. Even within the Eagle Kingdom, there were still mercenary groups who would take risks out of desperation and raid the iron mine. Behind these bold mercenary groups, there might be other Dragon Knight or Dragon Knight candidates. Or it could be the forces of the old Marquis, or even some royal families, vassal countries, and enemy countries secretly supporting them. The Eagle Kingdom, which had been established for nearly 1,000 years, was no longer harmonious. Just the internal strife and struggles would consume a lot of energy. In addition, the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom constantly launched wars every year, not giving the Eagle Kingdom a chance to breathe. Although the Pirates of Sapphire were weak, they were like maggots in the bones, always sucking blood and eating meat. The seemingly powerful kingdom. In fact, it was getting harder and harder to maintain such a huge territory. However, this did not prevent Famer from leading a befuddled life in the Coiling Dragon Mountain. As a pureblood of the Black Knight family, he enjoyed a lot of resources and absolute power from the family. Tasting a few virgins outside was not a big deal at all. In fact, he and his pureblood partner were playing on their own. Just a few seconds after he started to move, there was a knock on the door. However, he ignored it. In the Coiling Dragon Mountain, even the two Sky Knights stationed there did not have as much power as he did, because he was Alonso's eyes. As such. After a minute, Famer's body trembled for a while before he stopped moving. At this time, there was another knock on the door. He was lying on the bed and answered with some waning interest, "Come in." The one who entered the door was his follower, a mixed-blood vampire. "My lord, Lord Tubert sent Bloody Mary to visit you. She is waiting in the living room." "Tubert? Didn't that guy go to Sapphire? Did he finish the task so quickly? Go get Bloody Mary. Bloody Mary quickly came to the bedroom. She was not curious about the girl lying on the bed. She looked directly at Famer, who was half-dressed in his pajamas. My Lord Famer, Lord Tubert has returned from Iron Hoof Island. He is currently recuperating in the mountains not far away. He suffered some minor injuries on Iron Hoof Island. Why didn't he come to the Coiling Dragon Mountain Castle? Hee, my Lord Famer, you must be joking. This is your territory. Famer was very proud. Huh, Bloody Mary, your mouth is so pleasing. Tubert would definitely not dare to come to my territory. He is afraid that I will eat his heart. Speaking of which, if I did not let him go 10 years ago, how would he have the chance to become a pureblood? You're right, my lady. Master Tubert would like to invite you to the opposite mountain for a while. He has made some progress in his investigation on Iron Hoof Island and hopes to discuss it with you before deciding on how to report to Prince Alonso. This is his keepsake. Bloody Mary handed over Tubert's keepsake that she had prepared beforehand. Humph, at least he knows the rules. Chapter 632. This chapter is to reward and update the leader of the guild, Battle Song of the Gods. Speaking of which, Battle Song had changed his smuff to reward the leader again. Vampires who walked in the dark, especially powerful purebloods, relied on their blood magic, bat transformation ability to escape. They would almost never encounter a situation where they were trapped and killed. Therefore, Famer Black Knight did not take any precautions against Bloody Mary's message. He immediately transformed into a bat and followed behind Bloody Mary, flying towards the mountains opposite Trapped Dragon Mountain. A moment later, they arrived in a dense forest. Just as he was about to land and transform into his human form, a large net was cast over his head. Famer's reaction speed was not much slower than Tubert's. He instantly exploded into countless bats and fled in all directions. However, the sneak attack still caught most of his avatars. Sizzling sounds of burning and frying could be heard. Only 4 bat avatars managed to escape. At this time, List, who had cast the net, had already transformed into flames and directly extinguished one of the avatars. He then rushed towards the second one. At the same time, Scarlet Peggy and Blood Hamel pounced on the third bat, while Night Demon Wimbledon and One-Eyed USO pounced on the fourth bat. Bloody Mary was trying hard to control the bloody net to prevent the avatars from breaking through the magical equipment. Pfft! After crushing the second avatar, List turned around and crushed the third and fourth avatars. He returned to the position of the bloody net. Dragon's fighting energy erupted and crushed the avatars in the midst of their screams. All the blood magic of the avatars flowed out and condensed into Famer's body. He was more straightforward than Tubert. He was already dead. The Dragon Knight plotting against a vampire was purely a strong man bullying a baby. List took the handkerchief from Scarlet Peggy and wiped the blood on his hand. He signaled Bloody Mary to dig out the heart and retrieve the equipment before the blood magic of the corpse dissipated. The harvest was bountiful. A pure-blood vampire's heart was condensed with surging blood magic. The blood servants stared at it with their eyes wide open. 3 mixed blood vampire hearts in a box. An evening gown that was exclusive to vampires. It was a short sword that looked like a stiletto. It had the same name as Tubert's dagger. Both of them were magic equipment inherited from the Black Knight family. The only difference was that they had different shapes, but their functions were basically the same. A blood mask, a reincarnation ritual book, and a blood extraction needle. A finger-long tooth of some kind of beast, also some kind of magic equipment, filled with rich blood magic, a whip covered with spikes, and an amethyst ring. List pinched his heart. Famer's 3 followers, the Demoness Phoebe, the black-robed man Vansa, and the fanged Seth, quickly rushed over. Through Bloody Mary's threat and description, they successfully joined the ranks of the blood servants. Among them, Phoebe the Enchantress was Famer's confidant and knew his equipment very well. This tooth is the Fong of Super Warcraft, Bloodthirsty Bat, a magic equipment passed down from generation to generation in the Black Knight family. Not only does it greatly increase a vampire's cultivation and spellcasting, but it can also be used to perform a blood exchange ritual to improve the purity of a pureblood's bloodline. List raised his eyebrows. Super Warcraft? What does a bloodthirsty bat look like? I've never seen one, my lord. The Black Knight family has a long history. No one knows if this bloodthirsty bat's Fong is from Super Warcraft. Phoebe's appearance was average, but what was extraordinary was her towering breasts. This whip is called the Wailing Whip. It's mainly used to liven things up. Skip it. Tell me about the amethyst ring. I don't know the name of this ring, but its function is to make people full of energy and greatly increase their magic recovery rate. It's a very good piece of equipment. List was very satisfied with the amethyst ring and did not hesitate to put it on his left index finger. In the customs of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, or the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, there were only two ways to wear a ring. A man's left middle finger and a woman's right middle finger signified an engagement. A man's left ring finger and a woman's right ring finger signified marriage. Any other ring on any of the fingers was simply a decoration or equipment. It was not uncommon for a wealthy knight or magician to wear rings all over their hands. He activated the amethyst ring with his chi. Immediately, he felt a mysterious power being transmitted from the gem into his body. His body gradually felt an indescribable vitality, as if every cell in his body was boiling. Every type of gemstone was filled with amazing power. He then looked at Bloody Mary. The hunting plan this time was very successful. Mary, you've done me a great service, so I naturally will not mistreat you. From now on, this Tubert's heart belongs to you. However, I don't have the time to supervise your cultivation and conversion. You can absorb this heart after we take over the Coiling Dragon Mountain. Bloody Mary suppressed her excitement and replied, I'll follow your arrangements, my lord. Everything I have is a gift from you, my lord. List was satisfied with this attitude. He looked at the other 7 blood servants. Famer's heart is in my hands, but it is of no use to me. As long as you work for me loyally, and make enough contributions, it will belong to you. I have a mission for you now. From now on, watch all the exits of the Coiling Dragon Mountain. Do not let a single messenger escape. He paused. List casually tossed Famer's heart into the air. As long as this mission is completed, not only will this heart be yours, but all of this equipment will also be yours. That includes Phoebe the Enchantress, Vansa the Black, and Seth the Fanged. Yes, my lord. We will do our best to complete this mission. Bloody Mary took the lead and knelt on one knee. The other blood servants followed suit and knelt on the ground. In this pitch-black forest. It was very strange. The weather was still so hot in the middle of August. List, who carried the calming bead with him, enjoyed air conditioning wherever he went. Earl Lee William envied him. Masiro's orders of chivalry came quickly, and he quickly took over Egret Castle. List led the newly replenished 800 elite mixed knight on a journey across the mountains. With the blood servants leading the way, the journey was relatively smooth. Finally, they arrived at a place not far from Coiling Dragon Mountain at nightfall. They rested for a night before launching their assault. Famer's departure did not cause any ripples. Phoebe the Enchantress, Vansa the Black and Seth the Fanged were able to maintain their duties as supervisors. Not only that, under Bloody Mary's instructions, they transferred away many of the knight's surveillance posts. Just before List was ready to charge, they assassinated many of the Sentinel Knight's guards. This time, the iron mine at Coiling Dragon Mountain was exposed to the spear of the mixed orders of chivalry. Charge! At dawn. With List's roar, the battle officially began. His gaze went past the orders of chivalry stationed at Coiling Dragon Mountain, and found the two sky knights who were rushing to meet the enemy. In his eyes, they were not enemies. Chapter 633. There was nothing special about the battle. In short, List would shoot, kill, 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 then shoot, shoot. The two sky knights guarding trapped Dragon Mountain were heavily injured and fell to the ground. The orders of chivalry also began to collapse. List continued to shoot the escaping knight, and the vampires continued to attack. In the end, the two orders of chivalry at trapped Dragon Mountain were completely wiped out. Some died in battle, the rest surrendered, and only a few escaped. "Sir, I am very sorry. Some knight escaped through the small paths. We don't dare to chase them anymore. The sun outside is getting stronger and stronger. Under the scorching sun, our fighting strength is completely weakened." Bloody Mary returned to report. List furrowed his brows. But he did not complain. "I understand. You can go and rest." Bloody Mary retreated. He looked at the piles of iron ore in the valley of trapped Dragon Mountain and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He thought to himself, trapped Dragon Mountain is not like Egret Castle. It is very difficult to completely block the news. The escaped knight will definitely spread the news. Otherwise, Alonso will probably find a chance to retreat from the front lines. The only plan now. They could only transport as much iron ore as they could. Once the Dragon Knight returned, they would immediately abandon the transport and escape. Of course, List only planned to stay at trapped Dragon Mountain for 5 days to prevent the surrounding marquises from taking it back. 5 days was a safe time. If it was more than 5 days, he could not guarantee that Alonso would not return early. Before one could ride a dragon, when facing a real Dragon Knight, one absolutely could not be cowardly and be stubborn. After clearing the battlefield of trapped Dragon Mountain, the transport work quickly began. Marcus and the other orders of chivalry were constantly shouting for the captured knight. These knights were stripped of their equipment and driven to participate in the transport of iron ore. The mixed elite orders of chivalry were constantly supervising their work. The miners who were originally in the mines were also driven up and organized as transport workers. Cart after cart of iron ore was transported to the nearby Three Dragon River, waiting for the fleet to arrive before loading. The only ones who received preferential treatment were the 2 sky knights who could be exchanged for elves, as well as the 6 master minds. Master minds were considered to be a type of architect. They were highly skilled in drilling and mining. List had always given preferential treatment to talented people, so the 6 mine masters were exempted from menial labor. However, they had to pack their belongings and leave with the fleet to his territory. Although his territory didn't have any mines to mine, there was no harm in hoarding such professionals. As for Master Mind's family, they lived in Dragon Lock City. Blood servants would be able to bring them back quickly. It was List's humane move to take these mine masters and their families with them. "My lord, I've already sent a knight to Egret Castle to deliver the message. I believe that Sir Masiro will soon drive the serfs from Three Dragon City to transport the iron ore." "Yes, Guild Leader Marcus. Help me take care of Coiling Dragon Mountain. Report to me immediately if anything happens." "Yes, my lord." After Marcus left, he called for Bloody Mary. "The battle is over. Now, I'll give you this heart. I'll also give you your heart. Absorb this heart and train in front of me. Let me see how blood magic is trained." List threw the 2 hearts over and said calmly. Vampires had to put their hearts back when they trained. In order to prevent their subordinates from defecting, purebloods would personally supervise the training of mixed bloods. List continued this method. He didn't trust these vampires either. Bloody Mary held the heart and prostrated on the ground excitedly, kissing the tip of List's shoes. Bloody Mary will always be loyal to you, my lord. Then, she began to train in front of List. First, she took off her top and exposed herself in front of List. It was a very erotic scene. However, before List could take a second look, Bloody Mary had cut open her chest and stuffed her heart back into her bloody chest. List's scalp went numb. In the blink of an eye, all the erotic thoughts were completely shattered. However, he still resisted the uncomfortable feeling and used the eye of magic to observe how Bloody Mary absorbed the heart. It seemed to be some mysterious blood magic that restored Tubert's heart from a magical state into magic runes, like the reverse form of a magic array. The blood servants hadn't completed the books on blood magic, so List didn't know much about blood magic. He lost interest after watching for a while. The whole absorption process was quite boring. It was just Bloody Mary sitting quietly and constantly casting spells to absorb the magic runes into her body. When Bloody Mary finished absorbing the heart, a day and a night had passed. She hadn't become a pure blood vampire yet. She still needed some time to digest and absorb. After the absorption was complete, she dug out her heart and gave it to List. Compared with the previous heart, her heart now was much more crystal clear, and the blood magic power was much stronger. Taking the still beating heart, List couldn't help but ask, "I'm very curious. You cut your chest like this. Don't you feel pain?" "My lord, pain is also a part of blood magic. Often, pain can make us feel better that we are still alive, and not a talking corpse. Do you regret becoming a vampire?" "I don't have any regrets. I was forcibly converted into a vampire by Tubert. It wasn't a choice I could make. But it feels good. At least I can keep my youthful face after becoming a vampire, and the feeling of being able to fly freely is also very beautiful." List couldn't understand her feelings. He could already fly now, whether by himself or by riding on a bird. Also, his face had always been very young and handsome. When he became the lord of the Draconic domain, he would probably be a few hundred years younger. As for the idea of immortality, he wasn't very strong. A few hundred years would probably be enough. There was no point in living too long. Indicating that Bloody Mary could leave, he stayed alone in the study of the nameless castle, looking through the Earth Attribute High-Level Chi secret book, Meteorite Impact Wave, that he had collected the day before yesterday. This was found in the bedroom of a Sky Knight stationed here. The book was damaged, and it was obviously read every day. And this high-level Chi secret book was the reward of the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, high-level Chi secret book, Meteorite Impact Wave. The mission was completed when the Orders of Chivalry surrendered, and a new mission followed. Mission: this expansion order has achieved brilliant results, and the iron ore will continue to be harvested. Next, it is time to carefully discuss the ransom of the captured knight and the future serf trade. Please wait patiently for the end of the war. Reward, unknown reward. I really should think about how to end it. List threw the meteorite impact wave directly into the gem space. I captured 5 Sky Knights, 2 ordinary, 3 sword saints, and 1 shamelessly wanted to follow me. The results of this expansion order are enough for me to eat for several years. At this time. Chapter 634. Traces of a Powerful World of Warcraft. In fact, from the time he arrived at Trapped Dragon Mountain to guard the iron mine, List had been sending out Knight to search the surrounding mountains all day long. In the name of searching for possible signs of an enemy knight, he actually wanted to find intermediate and advanced World of Warcraft. He had been longing for a World of Warcraft mount for many years. Grand Duchy of Sapphire World of Warcraft was rare. Few knight rode World of Warcraft, and knight rode a horse on the battlefield in order to charge. Only a Sky Knight would ride a variety of World of Warcraft on the battlefield. For example, the huge tiger that Marquis Wildtau rode before was a Wind Intermediate World of Warcraft, Megaloconus Tiger. However, intermediate and advanced World of Warcraft generally inhabit the depths of the primeval forest. Orders of chivalry or mercenary groups to kill them were already very difficult, let alone capture them alive. Even if they were captured, it would be difficult to tame them. When List captured the low-level World of Warcraft, Stupid Woman, it took a lot of time to erase its wildness after Dosun used his body to conquer it. Although Stupid Woman didn't hurt people now, it was still very difficult for it to accept List's orders. If a low-level World of Warcraft was like this, then the intermediate and advanced World of Warcraft could be imagined. List could have a Blizzard Beast team because Dosun was originally a low-level World of Warcraft cub, and it evolved after eating the bloodline fruit. If it was an adult Dosun, it would be difficult to completely tame it. As for the Chocobo Loki and the Rainbow Whale Lolth, it was probably the dragon bloodline that gave them easy to ride. Since a noble creature like the dragon could be ridden, it was obvious that the dragon bloodline would inherit this trait. Non-dragon-type creatures were completely different in World of Warcraft. When Marquis Wildwave attacked Little River Heart Keep, he was riding a middle-level World of Warcraft Giant Claw Tiger, but he did not fight alongside the Giant Claw Tiger. It could be assumed that he had tamed an adult Giant Claw Tiger. Moreover, it wasn't easy to catch a Giant Clawed Tiger, so it was even more difficult to raise a Giant Clawed Tiger's offspring. In World of Warcraft, who had a powerful bloodline, it was difficult to give birth. If World of Warcraft was so easy to catch and tame, perhaps the nobles of the Eagle Kingdom would have formed the Orders of Chivalry a long time ago. The World of Warcraft around trapped Dragon Mountain would have been roasted and eaten by the two Sky Knights a long time ago. List was invited to capture World of Warcraft. In an instant, he processed a lot of information. Of course, he didn't say it out loud. He only mocked the Count's naivety. It wasn't as simple as finding a powerful World of Warcraft and taming it as a mount. At the very least, one had to be blessed by the Knight's glory to obtain excellent World of Warcraft mounts like Dosun, Loki, and Lolth. He walked out of the study. He still agreed to this hunting invitation. If possible, he would capture a World of Warcraft for the Count. This would save him the trouble of talking about mounts every day. When he looked at his mount, Dosun, Loki, and Lolth, his gaze would be strange. "Father, if we leave trapped Dragon Mountain, will the defenses here be a problem?" "Don't worry, the eldest prince has already sent a knight Maing to deliver a message. He is currently sending an elite Orders of Chivalry to support us. At the same time, he is organizing the fleet of various lords to support the transport of iron ore. We don't have to be so tense anymore. It's time to share the profits with others. I understand this, but the importance of iron ore is self-evident. If any of the lords nearby take risks for the iron ore, wouldn't our battle achievements be greatly reduced? It's the knight's glory that no one wants to steal it, but it's not a bad result if someone steals it. In the past few days, we have transported more than 300,000 tons of iron ore. This amount of battle achievements is enough for me to become a marquis in 2 to 3 years. You will also have the resources to develop. Being too powerful isn't necessarily a good thing." The Count had his own reasons. He only knew that List was an ancient warrior, a slayer from Arad. Although he could help his family rise, he still had to rely on the Dragon Knight to survive. That was why keeping a low profile and developing steadily was a good thing. List couldn't deny this. He didn't mind helping Llewellyn become a marquis. He could also become a count and continue to follow Llewellyn. He didn't want the Grand Duke to see how outstanding he was and forcefully make him his follower. That would be awkward. After all, regardless of whether he was strong or weak, at least he was a Dragon Knight of equal status. However, the Count wanted to play it safe, so List didn't forcefully object. So the two left the nameless castle together and met up with Masiro at the Orders of Chivalry's camp. "List, are you ready? Let's go catch a big guy." Masiro walked over and patted List on the shoulder. There was always a sense of unreality. His timid nephew, who was once unpopular in Tulip Castle, had actually grown to become a top expert, reaching a height that even he, the heir to the marquis, had to look up to. The difference in rank didn't give him any advantage at all, because List was destined to become a marquis in the future. As a powerful ancient warrior, the title of marquis was the highest treatment that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire could provide. Fortunately, Mesiro could still talk to List as an elder, but he also had to maintain a relationship with List through familial affection. Marquis Merlin was on the verge of death. Before Meopal grew up, the Taro family's rule on Red Crab Island urgently needed List's support. Otherwise, with the little princess' powerful background, Red Crab Island might change its surname from Long Taro to Sapphire in a few years. Especially so far, the little princess belly had not moved. Divorce was obviously impossible. Who would dare to abandon the Grand Duke's daughter? The most likely result was that the family's bloodline would be replaced. At that time, the only one who could uphold justice for the Taro family was List. Mesiro had considered this issue more than once. Just as he was in a trance, List had already asked. He didn't know what his uncle was thinking, but he knew that his uncle was very enthusiastic and was definitely trying to rope him in. This feeling was actually pretty good. Looking at the accompanying retainer knight, he said to Xavier, "Go find Emily and tell her to follow me to the forest to hunt." "Yes, sir." A moment later, Emily rushed over on horseback. The body of a 12 or 13-year-old girl was in the puberty stage. She grew taller almost every day and was now almost 1.7 meters tall. Her talent once again amazed List. Unexpectedly, after fighting and killing a few times, she had touched the bottleneck of Qi. She had become an elite Earth Knight. If he didn't know that all of her training resources were provided by him, List would have really suspected that Emily was the one who had obtained the ancient warrior's inheritance. "Sir." Emily respectfully saluted. List nodded faintly. He was getting more and more interested in nurturing her, but he still had an indifferent expression on his face. "Emily, follow me to hunt. Remember, watch carefully and learn well." Emily excitedly replied, "As you wish, sir." Chapter 635. Lee William and Mesiro continued to search for traces of World of Warcraft, while List lazily taught Emily how to train and how to fight. Although he was not a dragon knight and was only an ordinary sky knight, he had fought many opponents. Especially with the help of the powerful dragon's combat energy, he could calmly observe how other sky knights fought. Using scientific methods to summarize, he had not only written List's geodesic manuscript, but he was also pondering List's skywriting. In the field of knight training, he believed that he had advanced ideas that surpassed the entire era. Emily was a very good student. She was smart, persistent, and did not like to complain or talk nonsense. She had always maintained a humble and respectful attitude towards Leylin. Attitude was especially important. List did not like arrogant people, and he did not like geniuses who thought they were great. The reason why he did not like Lytton was that Lytton often revealed his arrogance as a genius. No one could call themselves a genius in front of List. You need to take potions in the elite land. When the expansion order ends, I will provide you with enough potions when you return to the territory. Also, you need to carefully study List's Earth Codex. It will guide you on how to take potions and how to break through the shackles of cells. Yes, sir. Also, you need to learn archery. This is the standard of a knight. However, my multiple arrows is not suitable for you. I will choose an archery teacher from the elite Earth Knights to teach you other types of archery. List's multiple arrows relied on the gem space to open an infinite bullet plug-in. That was why it could unleash such great lethality. A casual shot could fire 3 arrows. An ordinary knight with a bag of arrows would not be able to use it more than a few times. In his opinion, the author of the multiple arrows secret manual must have obtained a space gem. Otherwise, he would not have invented an archery that consumed so many arrows. If it was only for the realm of dual arrows, then the multiple arrows would be a good choice. However, he had expectations for Emily not only as an elite Earth Knight. Emily did not ask why. Yes, my lord. Also, if your arithmetic isn't good, I can help you measure your body's resistance and adaptability to the potion. Only by taking the potion scientifically can you obtain the most benefits with the least consumption and break the shackles of the earth as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. Emily no longer thanked Liszt verbally for his kindness in nurturing her. In her heart, she had already determined that everything she had belonged to Liszt, and a few simple words of thanks were meaningless. Devoting herself wholeheartedly to Sir Lord was the focus of her life. To the Count's regret, the entire hunting team eventually lost track of the powerful magical beast, and they did not find any useful clues until it was dark. After a whole day's journey. Apart from killing a bunch of low-level World of Warcraft, there was only one intermediate World of Warcraft, Spiky Porcupine. This spiky porcupine was of the thunder attribute and had a strong attack power. Liszt used his dragon's battle chi to forcefully break through its thunder and lightning armor and then knocked it out. He asked the Count if he needed this spiky porcupine as a mount. Looking at the long, sharp spikes on the back of the spiky porcupine, like a knight's spear, the Count fell into deep silence. After returning to Hungry Dragon Mountain, plates of delicious spiky porcupine barbecue were served at the dinner. The Count picked up a pork chop and chewed it up with the bones. What a pity. Liszt ate the spiky porcupine's thigh meat and expressed regret. In fact, by pulling out the spikes on the back of the spiky porcupine, it can still be tamed as a mount. Of course, there was no point in saying this now. It was better to eat. In this way, a day passed. In the blink of an eye, Liszt had been stationed at Hungry Dragon Mountain for 5 days, and it was time to leave. The Sunset, which participated in the transportation, had sailed upstream along the roaring river. Commander Marcus led the Black Horse Island Orders of Chivalry and was busy moving a large amount of plundered materials to the Sunset. The elite Orders of Chivalry sent by the First Prince had taken over the garrison of Hungry Dragon Mountain. The commander was a sacred swordsman, enough to support the next defense of Hungry Dragon Mountain. Viscount Garcia, Viscount Fox, when the Orders of Chivalry evacuate Hungry Dragon Mountain, your letter will be sent at the same time. At that time, once your family or the Lord sends someone to Iron Hoof Island with a ransom, you will be free. As for now, you need to go to Coral Island as guests. Understood. The 2 Sky Knights replied weakly. They were both followers of Alonso Xianxia. They were not from a large family, but from the orphanage of the Xianxia family. They had not been promoted to Sky Knight for a long time, so they had nothing but 1 or 2 sprites. Liszt had them write letters, mainly to Alonso. He had Alonso pay the ransom at the price of 2 ordinary sprites per person, or 1 grain or World of Warcraft sprite. Robbing his iron mine, incorporating his knight, and now making him pay the ransom, Liszt would not be lenient towards this possible opponent in the Battle of Dragon Slayer. The Sunset set sail. The 8 blood servants also followed and left. The 500,000 tons of Hungry Dragon Mountain iron mine had been transported away, completely handed over to the First Prince's Knight faction. The Count did not follow the Sunset, but instead rode Masiro's court speedboat. The 2 stood at the bow of the ship, looking at Hungry Dragon Mountain in the distance, sighing with emotion. Masiro said, "With our withdrawal, most of the remaining military exploits will be nibbled away by the many aristocratic lords. What a pity." Lee William smiled, "No one can take away the military exploits that belong to me." Indeed, Liszt is powerful. As a Ghost Blade inheritor, he is enough to protect the military exploits that belong to Coral Island. However, Liszt has helped you achieve such brilliant results at such a young age. After returning to the country, I fear that a large group of aristocrats will go mad with jealousy. Only those who are better than others will attract jealousy. My second son, List, is destined to become the cornerstone of Sapphire. They will be jealous now, but in a few years, they will change their mentality, because List will let them understand that jealousy cannot destroy a genius. Yes. Masiro placed his hands on the railing. If List was still weak, obtaining the Ghost Blade inheritance would not be a good thing. However, he is already strong enough to protect himself. Even the Grand Duke will have to give him the highest degree of attention. Perhaps in a few years, he will become a marquis like you and me. Chapter 636. The cries of apes could be heard on both sides of the river, and the light boat had already passed thousands of mountains. Although the sunset was not fast at sea, its speed was far faster than at sea due to the Three Dragons River and the Roaring River, even if the cabin was filled with mountains of materials. Soon, it arrived at Little River Heart Castle. Little River Heart Castle held 3 sacred swordsmen. One was Deborah Rainflower, one was Count Heron, and the last was Yevich Rainflower. Marquis Wildtao sent someone to participate in the ransom discussion of the 3 followers. The final result of the discussion was that Count Heron would pay 2 grains, a magic ingredient sprite, and an ordinary sprite. Deborah would pay 2 grains, a magic ingredient sprite, and 2 ordinary sprites. Moreover, the sprite's lifespan could not exceed 50 years. As for Yevich, Marquis Wildtao had already given up and did not intend to pay any ransom for him. That's awkward, Yevich can't sell for a price. Levis was very depressed about Marquis Wildtao's decision. A sacred swordsman follower had been casually thrown away like cabbages. As a marquis, you have no sense of civility, trash can't be thrown away. In fact, Yevich was equally embarrassed. He naturally understood that Marquis Wildtao would not pay much for him, but it was too humiliating for him not to even offer a price. He suddenly made up his mind. Sir, Yevich is willing to follow Sir and start all over again, abandoning any identity in the Eagle Kingdom. As matters stood, he had become a burden that could not be shaken off. List pondered for a long time, and finally came up with a decision. You decided to start all over again. As benevolent as I am, I cannot help but give you a chance. How about this? I don't want your sprites, but they must be planted in my territory and given to me for safekeeping. As for you, Yevich had 2 useless water sprites and 14 sprite worms. Sprite worms had too few contracts, and replacing them was too troublesome. Moreover, among them, only 100 erect sprite worm could be planted, while 1 sweet potato sprite worm could be planted with the grain sweet potato, which was a bit valuable. It was not cost-effective to contract them, so it was better to use them as a tool to control the other party. Sir, please instruct me. Yevich has no objections. I plan to have you explore the sea and search for new habitable islands outside the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Every island you find will be equivalent to a battle achievement. If you can find a big island like the Iron Hoof Island, it won't be a problem to make you a count. You should believe that I have the power to make you a count, right? Yevich answered without hesitation, I have complete trust in you, my lord. So you agree to explore the sea and find the island? Yes, my lord. Swear your allegiance. After the ceremony of allegiance, Yevich officially became a white follower of List, and the title given by the Eagle Kingdom in the past had been abandoned. When the oath was completed, his identity would naturally change, and he would not be able to return to the past. An oath of allegiance under the watchful eyes of the public had a clear legal effect. Now that he was free again, Yevich did not know whether to be happy or sad. For a person, a sword saint, to end up like this, there was really nothing to comfort himself about. Furthermore, he was also disgusted by the war. He had been on the run for half his life and was getting worse and worse. It was better to explore the sea alone. He did not have to deal with the intrigues and fighting among the nobles. Looking at Yevich, who was somewhat dispirited, List did not care. He did not want Yevich to participate in the Night's War again, because this guy's character was not guaranteed. If he changed factions again, it would be a loss. He might as well send him to find a new island. In this case, without List's support, Yevich would not be able to establish a foothold in the sea, and there would be no need to consider defection or the like. Moreover, he also needed a powerful knight to lead a fleet to complete the investigation for him and find a suitable island to establish a country on. Overthrowing the Sapphire family was just a record, and this option would only be activated when it was confirmed that the large guild had fallen out with him. He did not like that kind of life of fighting all day, and was more willing to establish a country on the island and live a life of peace. When he was poor and hungry, he would go to the mainland, just like the Sapphire family's development order. Especially after he developed new sailboat manufacturing technology, when the time came, he wanted to circle around the mainland, seize all the islands, and establish his own power. Domesticating the mainland and turning it into his own private garden was just a thought, but it was too difficult to realize. To solve the problem of Yevich's followers, Little River Heart Castle also welcomed Marquis Wildtail's team to pay the ransom. The ransom for the two sacred swordsmen could be raised by themselves, but the Roaring Orders of Chivalry Knight needed Marquis Wildtao to be responsible for a large number of captives. The ransom had already been basically determined during this period of wrangling, and now it was only the handover. On Count Heron's side, his family brought 3 sprites. They were the cereal category wheat sprite, the sisal sprite, and the ordinary ornamental plant, green bean sprite. Sisal was a cereal category, and its value was very high. Not only could it be made into ropes, but it could also be used as livestock feed. On Deborah's side, he personally handed over the 4 sprites, namely, the Coptis sprite of the potion category, the corn sprite of the grain category, the ordinary apple sprite and the turning white grass sprite. The apple sprite could grow apples, while the turning white grass sprite could probably grow weeds. On Marquis Wildtail's side, not only did he bring a large number of gold coins, seeds, and other materials, he also had to hand over 2 sprites. They were the tobacco sprite and the pine sprite. Tobacco was used to make cigarettes, and the pine sprite was a more commonly used wood, and was also a grain. All the sprites were contracted to List. Looking at the 9 sprites around him, one could imagine the excitement in his heart. War was indeed the best way to get rich. After farming on the island for more than 2 years, he had only obtained 1 big sprite and 6 sprites. But this time, in less than a month, he had obtained 9 sprites. If Yevich's 2 water peanut sprites were counted, he had a total of 11. The most important thing was, most of them were cereal and magic ingredient sprites. These sprites were even more valuable. If it wasn't for Alonso coming back at any time, I really wanted to stay here and continue to capture the Sky Knight for ransom. In a year and a half, I'm afraid the sprites will fill a room. List thought happily as he looked at the ransom team constantly pulling away supplies. The Count only had 1 big sprite and 12 sprites. And he already had 1 big sprite and 15 sprites, not counting the 2 water peanut sprites. It could be said that he became rich overnight. Late August. List, who was full of harvest, said goodbye to William before taking the Sunset out to sea. "Father, I'll leave things here to you. I'll wait for your return on Coral Island. Go, although the war is not over, your development order is over. After you go back, practice on Black Horse Island. Don't worry about too many things, and strive to understand the spiritual power of the Ghost Blade as soon as possible. I know. Enchantress Phoebe, Night Demon Wimbledon, and One-Eyed USO will be under your command. Although their combat power is relatively average, they are the most suitable eyes." The Count looked at the 3 vampires wrapped in black cloaks. "Okay. So. The Sunset weighed anchor." Chapter 637. On the sea, the wind was strong and the waves were strong, but the sunset was still stable. List sat in the bow, enjoying the wind. The 9 blizzard beasts, sitting or lying, occupied the entire bow. Loki was more cheerful, flying up to the sky from time to time, then landing back on the bow. He took a batch of wheat grains with secret aroma from List and tasted them one by one. Not far away on the deck, Alvin Eagle's sword was studying the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword. As a family great elf soldier, he was exploring the way to use it faster than List. The Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword has 2 attributes. One is to transform the nature of combat energy, transforming the user's combat energy into ice attribute combat energy. This is called Ice Revolution by List, and he is about to figure it out. He only needs the last step and a long period of familiarization to be able to use the Ice Revolution skill at will. The second is the Frozen Combat Energy domain, which will resonate with the Domain Knight's combat energy. This ability is called Frozen by List, and there is no clue as to how to use it. The Marquis of Wildtau has been trying for more than half a year and probably hasn't figured it out. It is impossible for him to learn it at once. Fortunately, there is Alvin Eagle's sword, an Iron Knight. Although his talent is mediocre, his family's Iron Knight skills should not be too difficult to unlock the special ability of the great elf soldier. When Alvin cracks the Ice Soul Dragon slaying sword, the Domain Knight will be no different from an ordinary knight in front of me. Drinking the warm Banpo milk, List thought, in addition, Alvin has decided to dedicate his family's Iron Knight skills to me. It is time to open an Iron Knight course under the Knight Academy. Since the future is destined to be a nation, then all kinds of talents must be trained in advance, lest a country be alone with only a few people. After drinking the Banpo milk in the cup, List took out a piece of roasted World of Warcraft meat from the gem space and ate it. Now, although he is not willing to expose the space gem, he is no longer so cautious. Even if the space gem is exposed, who would dare to snatch it? Even if the Grand Duke takes action, he is not afraid. At most, they would just fall out. Of course, the people around him were basically his followers and servants. As long as he avoided outsiders, no matter how much he exposed the gemstone space, it would not be easily leaked. Few people recognized the magical gemstone space, and most people did not even know or believe in the existence of the Holy Dragon. On the mid-deck of the ship, under Viscount Garcia's guidance, Emily was practicing the archery secret manual, Guided Arrow. As a high-ranking captive, he could walk freely in the designated area of the sunset. Plus, he was good at archery, so he took the initiative to teach Emily. List treated him with good wine and meat, so of course he should return the favor. On the other side, Viscount Fux, who was also a captive, was also instructing a few other young knights. A series of battles ensued. 1/3 of the original 60 or so knights of the Black Horse Island orders of chivalry have been killed. Dying on the battlefield is the fate of the knight. However, the scale of the orders of chivalry did not shrink. Instead, it expanded to more than 120 members, and all of them were elite Earth Knights. With so many Earth Knights, List would not have been able to afford them, nor would he have been willing to raise them. However, the ransom of this wave of captives allowed him to earn 9 sprites, including a Coptis sprite that produced potions, and 2 sprites that produced grains, wheat and corn. The potions and grains produced were basically enough to maintain this wave of expansion of the territory. When the iron ore shipment was over, List also planned to ask the Count to help him buy 30,000 serfs. Black Horse Island was developing industry rather than agriculture, so it could digest a large number of serfs. As long as the food kept up, 100,000 serfs could be digested. The elite Earth Knight needs to be cultivated in order to form an elite orders of chivalry that belongs solely to me. Before I ride a dragon, I can figure out how to practice my chi domain. Although I am a dragon knight, there is no guarantee that the future generations will be mediocre. If they can't ride a dragon, then they can control the chi domain. He did not have a wife yet, but he was already worried about the future generations. Tap tap tap. The sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground. It was Bloody Mary, shrouded in a robe, who came over. Her pale face, hidden in the hood, had an abnormal blush. "My lord. The magic I was cast." List saw at a glance that the blood magic in Bloody Mary was surging and had reached another level. "You have successfully evolved into a pure blood?" "Yes, thanks to your nurturing, Mary has finally become a pure blood vampire." "Very well, through your own evolution into a pure blood, I believe you have a new understanding of the blood magic system, which can provide more research information. I am already preparing to add this part of the information to the nature and development of blood magic." Bloody Mary said, holding her heart in both hands and handing it to List. "My lord, my training has come to an end, please continue to keep it for Mary." She took the heart. List was more and more satisfied with her attitude, and could not help but nod. "I have seen your loyalty. Now, I will give you this reincarnation ritual, this blood extraction needle, and this blood mask. In addition, the hearts of the mixed bloods will also be given to you, and their training will be supervised by you in the future." He did not want to waste his time supervising the training of a few mixed bloods. "Thank you for your trust. Mary will manage the blood servants well, and become your eyes in the dark night." Bloody Mary took the pile of items, bent down, and kissed the tip of List's shoe again. "My lord, can I transform into a new vampire?" "If you want to transform, you can. But it must be voluntary, and no one is allowed to be forced to become a vampire." Bloody Mary replied respectfully, "My lord's kindness is the happiness of the subjects. If Mary had met you, my lord, I am afraid I would have a different life. Maybe you will become a great mage." The corner of List's mouth curled up. "I have to let you know that although I am a knight, I have also done a lot of research in magic theory. I have written 3 books on magic theory, and there was even a mage in my territory who became a great mage because he studied my books." He was talking about Chrissy Truth. Strictly speaking, his magic books were indeed a great inspiration for Chris's advancement. Bloody Mary expressed her surprise perfectly. "Ah, my lord, you also study magic? Your books actually helped a mage become a great mage? You really are a scholar. If you did not choose to train in Qi and chose to train in magic, you would definitely become a great magic grinder." List smiled faintly, as if he did not care about this at all. He changed the topic. "Not only do you have to manage the blood servants, don't forget to supervise the 3 great mages, Lars, Silair, and Durak. They cannot pay the ransom for their freedom, so they have to work for me honestly." Chapter 638. This chapter is called "The Whale That Never Grows Up." Speaking of the 3 poor great magicians, List suddenly remembered the map of the lost civilization that pointed to the unknown race. The map pointed to the sea near the coast of the roaring estuary. When the 3 great magicians found Yevich, because Yevich was also poor, they lied to Yevich that the ruins of the civilization were likely to contain a large number of ancient treasures. Yevich believed it and was ready to fund them to excavate the ruins of the civilization. We don't know if there are treasures, but as an unknown marine civilization, I believe there must be very valuable knowledge left behind. This was the answer that Lars Truth gave when List asked. He also wanted to trick List into excavating the treasure. But in fact, there was no need for him to trick List. List would also excavate the ruins of the lost civilization of this unknown race. Taking out the hand-drawn map and looking at the 3 parts of the map, he couldn't help but want to return to his Black Horse Island as soon as possible. If he wanted to successfully find the ruins of the civilization with this map, he must rely on the siren Chi and the colorful whale Lolth. Otherwise, diving would be a big problem. Unknown race, is it a siren race? There was no answer. He put away the hand-drawn map of the ruins and stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the sea. The holy water sword Yevich Water Peanut was working hard to learn how to swim. He was a person who lived on the mainland. Although he had water attribute Qi, he was not very good at swimming. He was about to serve as the captain of the expedition fleet. In order to adapt to life at sea, he would go to the sea every day. In the first few times, he needed sailors to salvage him. Now he could swim back to the ship from the sea by himself, and his fear of the deep sea was gradually overcome. I like the sea. The endless blue color makes me particularly enjoy its depth and vastness. Although I was late for nearly 30 years, at this moment I found my true love. Yevich, who finished swimming, made an affectionate confession to the sea. However, in the afternoon, this confession was hurriedly shattered, leaving only Yevich's hoarse roar. "My lord, let me go back to the cabin, I don't want to stay on the deck." The weather was sunny in the morning, but in the afternoon, it was stormy. Huge waves slammed into the surface of the sea, making the sunset like a small boat, unable to resist at all. The sunset was equipped with the water-calming pearl and the wind-calming pearl, but List did not let the captain open them. He wanted to scare Yevich and see if he had fallen in love with the sea. After a while, the water-calming divine pearl and the wind-calming divine pearl were activated at the same time, and the sunset regained its calm. Huge waves were still rolling on the surface of the sea 100 meters away, but they gradually slowed down and calmed down after entering the affected area of the wind-calming divine pearls and the water-calming divine pearls. However, there were still some waves on the surface of the sea that shook the ship. There were many people who had never been on a boat. For example, Alvin Eaglesword and the 3 archmages all vomited. Originally, with his strong physique as a sky knight, Yevich would not have vomited, but after being locked out of the cabin by List, he could no longer bear it. He lay on the deck and vomited. He vomited all the food he had eaten at noon, and his face was pale. After he was cleaned by several retainer knight and changed into a set of clean clothes, List met him in the small building of the tower. "Yevich, the sea is so capricious. One moment it is gentle, and the next moment it is cruel. Do you still think you like the sea and want to live on the sea?" Yevich took a deep breath. He still replied firmly, "Yes, sir. I am not a good swimmer, and I was seasick just now. The sea does have such a terrible side, but I am still willing to gallop on the sea. I once missed the opportunity to conquer the dragon, and now I don't want to miss the opportunity to conquer the sea again. How could a dragon and the sea be compared?" List did not understand Yevich's brain circuit, but since the other party was not frightened and was still in high spirits, it meant that the expedition fleet could be entrusted to him. The sunset arrived at the port of Iron Hoof Island on August 23rd. The port was very busy, with ships transporting iron ore one after another. Stationed in Oxhoof City was the Marquis of Quicksand City, Nesta Grand Flower Huilan, the brother-in-law of the Grand Duke. After receiving the news of List's return, Nesta personally met him at the port. "Sir Marquis Nesta, thank you for coming to greet me. I am deeply honored." List performed aristocratic etiquette with great grace. Of course, it was not the kind of pious etiquette that a small aristocrat needed to meet a greater aristocrat. Instead, it was more of a battlefield knight etiquette, which well avoided the gap in status brought about by each other's titles. Otherwise, the etiquette that a viscount needed to show when meeting a marquis would make List uncomfortable. Nesta did not care about this. Being arrogant was the exclusive shortcoming of young people. He patted List's shoulder enthusiastically, young and promising, young and promising. "When I heard the news of you in the country, I couldn't wait to rush to Huyuan in person and witness the battle between you and Marquis Nuteo. Sapphire has not had such an excellent young man like you for a long time." List smiled reservedly and did not answer. Nesta pulled him directly to the nearby castle. "I wrote to the Grand Duke about you. In his reply, the Grand Duke praised you very much. Unfortunately, both of his daughters are married, otherwise he would definitely let them marry you. But it doesn't matter, my eldest granddaughter has just reached adulthood. You can get to know each other." Nesta's granddaughter was supposedly 1 generation younger than the little princess, which was 1 generation younger than List. But seniority was not important here. Marriage basically only considered whether the family was well-matched and whether it was in line with the interests of the two families. List never had expectations for female aristocrats. Unless they were cultivated, he would not easily accept them. After all, the atmosphere was too open. He asked his subordinates to arrange the supplies for the sunset. List only took a few squires, Yevich and Emily, to the castle to attend Marquis Nesta's banquet. There were many aristocrats at the banquet. Most of them were aristocrats of the Blue Blood Alliance stationed on Iron Hoof Island. This large island was temporarily firmly controlled by the Sapphire family. At the banquet, Marquis Nesta inquired about List's identity in a roundabout way. Soon, he got a lot of information from the unsophisticated List about shipwreck, mentor G.S.D., spirit power, ghost blade, and so on. They understood that List was favored by the knight's glory and actually obtained the inheritance of the Arad civilization. Whether they believed it or not, at least the atmosphere of the banquet was good. They flattered each other. Their ears got calluses from listening to them. No young aristocrats came to provoke List. In fact, since List became the youngest Sky Knight in the country, he had never encountered a young aristocrat who was stupid enough to provoke him. He was the son of a count and barely made it into the ranks of the greater aristocrats. Plus, he was not keen on socializing, so he saw fewer young aristocrats. Most of the young aristocrats who walked around were heirs of large families. They cultivated hypocritical communication skills, and most of them were only at the Earth Knight level. How would they dare to challenge the Sky Knight, the youngest Sky Knight in the country? So, the banquet ended in a happy atmosphere. Nesta still did not let List leave. Instead, he continued to chat with him to inquire more about List and promote his granddaughter at the same time. List was not interested in these topics. Instead, he asked, Marquis Nesta, do you know about a domain knight? Marquis Wildtao is a domain knight. I was almost killed by him. If it weren't for the instability of his Qi territory, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for me to come back alive. Chapter 639. There are a lot of perfect Sky Knights in the country. Basically, as long as the members of the Marquis family are not too stupid and useless, they can accumulate a perfect Sky Knight by relying on the accumulation of potions. But a domain knight has never been born. This is no longer something that can be accumulated. Nesta Magnolia revealed a lot of valuable information. Probably because List had reached a certain level, he felt that he could sell him a favor. The previous generations of Grand Dukes have tried to trade the legacy of combat aura from the Steel Ridge Kingdom, but without exception, they failed. Is the price not high enough, or is it the technical blockade of the Steel Ridge Kingdom? You see the problem very accurately. Indeed, it is not that the Grand Duke is not willing to pay a huge price, but the Steel Ridge Kingdom does not want to see Sapphire become too powerful. When the first Grand Duke failed in the Battle of Dragon Slaying, no one thought that one day the Grand Duchy of Sapphire could dominate the sea, and even the Steel Ridge Kingdom felt threatened. The Sapphire fleet came and went like the wind, easily attacking the hinterland of the mainland kingdom, robbing and leaving. It was indeed frightening. So the Grand Duke did not find a way to snatch it from the Lord who has the legacy of combat aura? The Grand Duke could not easily make a move. If the Grand Duke does not make a move, it is difficult for us to deal with a domain knight with our strength. Maybe after you grow up, you can suppress the domain knight and find a chance to snatch the legacy of combat aura. Nesta stared at List with bright eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the value of the Ghost Blade legacy. Although the general trend of the era was that the knight crushed everything, and all the ancient wizard legacy and ancient warrior legacy were gradually dying out and being swallowed by the knight legacy. The Ghost Blade was also the legacy of a declining civilization, and sooner or later it would disappear in the long river of history. However, in the current situation, the ancient warrior legacy was still a very important combat power. My strength is more derived from the remaining spiritual power of mentor G.S.D. not the result of my own training. I am afraid it will take a few years for me to understand the real training system of the Ghost Blade. At that time, if there is a chance, I will personally take action and snatch the legacy of combat aura." List was simple and perfunctory. Half an hour later, the conversation came to an end as they feigned civility with each other. List declined Marquis Nesta's invitation to dinner and left the castle to return to the Sunset. Without spending the night in Cowhoof City, the Sunset headed straight for the sea. 4 days later, the Sunset arrived at the port of Black Horse Port, departed on July 20th and returned on August 27th. After more than a month, List, who had returned to the territory again, was warmly welcomed by the officials and civilians of the territory. Consultant Gort's flattery was like a tidal wave, as if it was free of charge. "The glory of the night, my lord." "Stop, don't say such hypocritical words. I'll be very busy this time. So, Advisor Gort, please coordinate with the territory officials and report to me in detail about the development of the territory tomorrow. Right now, I still have a lot of little elves that need to settle down the worm stalks as soon as possible." The 9 little elves, at this time, were followed by List by a retainer knight holding a jade box. Wheat, sisal hemp, bean green, corn, coptis, apple, turning white grass, pine, tobacco, the 9 little elves had woken up from their slumber. They flew out of the box and circled around List, looking at the new environment with curiosity, boredom, caution, or boldness. They had different shapes, different personalities, and their cries were high and low, but all of them were so beautiful and delicate, pleasing to the eye, and they would fall in love at first glance. Seeing so many little elves, the eyes of Gort and others almost fell out. My lord, I have captured several Sky Knights. This is the ransom they paid. Now I will tell you about their species. You have to plan their worm stalks placement on Black Horse Island as soon as possible. Also, this is Yevich Water Peanut, known as the Sword Saint of Clear Water. He is my follower." Yevich immediately stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted them in unskilled serpentines. "Yevich greets you." "Ah, Sword Saint. A strong Sword Saint? My lord's follower is a strong Sword Saint? Oh my God." The territorial officials were all surprised. For them, an ordinary Sky Knight was an unreachable existence, let alone a Sky Knight at the Sword Saint level. However, List was very dissatisfied with their performance. They made a fuss when they saw a Sword Saint. If they saw the cool scene of him defeating the Domain Knight, wouldn't they be scared to the point of cardiac arrest? Of course, List did not blame them, nor did he show off. He didn't need to publicize it. The knight who followed him and returned would take the initiative to publicize his great achievements, so that all the residents of the territory would know how powerful their lord was. As a follower, a Sword Saint was just a basic operation. He stared at Gort, who had lost his composure. Yevich also has 2 lesser sprites and 14 sprite worms, which will be planted on Black Horse Island. You have to make overall arrangements. Commander Marcus, you will take Yevich to familiarize him with the environment of Black Horse Island. Gort hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." Marcus also replied, "Yes, sir." List continued to introduce, "This is Alvin Eaglesword, an Iron Knight and my follower. He will teach the Iron Knight course at the Knight Academy." Advisor Gort, you have to arrange it carefully. Ah, yes, sir. These 2 are Viscount Garcia and Viscount Fox, 2 Sky Knights. They are guests from abroad. Arrange accommodation for them in Port Town. There was no need for List to identify himself. He could tell from the look on their faces that they were prisoners. Gort was stunned and did not respond for a while. It wasn't until Marcus approached him and whispered his identity that Gort suddenly realized and stammered back, "Sir, please rest assured, I will arrange it." After that, he swallowed hard. Today's impact on him was too great. Later, he needed to find a tavern, sit for a while, and drink a cup of flower wine to calm down. However, his shock was not over yet. 7 or 8 mages wearing magic cloaks came down from the sunset. One of them was a female mage with a pale face. She looked curiously at the port of Black Horse Island and asked softly, "Sir, is this your territory, Black Horse Island?" The residents here have a happy smile on their faces. Blair, who was also seriously frightened, suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly replied, "Sir Mage, all the people on Black Horse Island have such a happy life, it is all thanks to the kindness of the Lord." This flattery was rough. But it was more comfortable than Gort's flattery when they first met. List smiled and said to Bloody Mary, "I hope you will like life here. Mary, take the 3 great mages and follow me to the Magic Academy of the Mage Tower. You will live in the Mage Tower from now on." Chapter 640. Mage Tower. In the Magic Academy, Chris Truth was teaching Ruth and Lucy. The twin little girls were the magic talents mentioned in the Smoke Mission, and List had specially arranged for them to study in the Magic Academy. The two did not disappoint List's expectations. In a short period of time, they completed their affinity with magic and stood out among the students. They were valued by Chris and accepted as official magic apprentices. Chris also declared more than once, "As long as they grow up, they will become my heirs, continuing my footsteps to explore more truth." At this time, a magic apprentice hurried over, "Sir Dean, the Lord has returned and has come to the Magic Academy. Please come over." "The Lord has returned?" Chris was a little surprised. In previous years, the expansion order had not yet begun at this time, but this year it had ended and returned. But she did not hesitate and motioned for the twins to explore the fireball spell by themselves. She hurried to the Magic Academy on the first floor of the Mage Tower. As soon as she walked down the stairs, she saw a group of people inspecting the situation in the academy. The handsome, tall young man who was surrounded by people was the one who made her feel at ease, warm, and moved her heart, the Viscount of Black Horse Island, List Tulip. Although she had vowed to devote her life to the truth, ordinary people's emotions still manipulated her, and she could not help but be overwhelmed and fascinated by List. "Viscount." "Dean Chris." A simple greeting did not require too many words. List directly explained his intentions. "My expansion order has ended, and I have captured 3 great magicians. They have no money to pay the ransom, so they volunteered to serve me. I intend to arrange for them to work in the Mage Tower at your command." The 3 great magicians shrank their heads into their hoods. It was always a little embarrassing to be captured, not to mention that they would have to listen to the somewhat young female great magician in front of them in the future. It was not discrimination against women, it was discrimination against age. After all, each of the 3 great magicians was over 40, while Chris was only 27 or 28 years old. Chris looked at the 3 great magicians and nodded. "I will arrange their work." List turned to the 3 of them and warned, "Your freedom will definitely be restricted. You will have to submit an application to leave the Mage Tower. You are not allowed to do any research other than what Chris has arranged for you. If you have your own research, you can submit an application. At the same time, you will also have to be responsible for part of the teaching." List had always been worried about the mages, so he planned to use a forceful management system to control the direction of the mages' research and turn them into scholars and researchers. In fact, this was more in line with the temperament of a mage who was willing to dedicate himself to the truth, had a scientist side to him. He believed that sooner or later, these mages would adapt to the future that List had arranged for them by providing them with comfortable personal life services. The Magus Tower had special servants to serve them. Soon, someone arranged the daily lives of the 3 great magicians. On the other side, List was still introducing them to Chris. "These 5 are my blood servants. You should have heard of the legendary profession of vampires. They are vampires. Mary can help you manage the Mage Tower. Although they have been converted into vampires for many years, they should not have lost all their knowledge of magic. Your Excellency Chris, it is a pleasure to meet you. We can have a good chat when we have time. Bloody Mary took the initiative to be friendly. Chris nodded. Her attitude was not very warm. She needed time to accept the sudden appearance of these magicians and vampires. Originally, she was the only great magician in the Mage Tower. Everyone relied on her, and she could do whatever she wanted. Now, not only were there 3 great magicians, but there were also many vampires. In particular, the leading vampire always made her feel a great threat. She said that she would help manage the Mage Tower, but who knew if she was here to steal the power of the Mage Tower? In fact, List really had the idea of letting Bloody Mary take over some of the power of the Mage Tower. It was not that Bloody Mary's heart was in his hands and she did not dare to betray him, but he thought that Chris was more suitable to be a scholar than a manager. She did not have the scheming methods of the vampires. However, he did not understand Chris. After a moment of helplessness, Chris quickly began her power play. She said in front of List, "Lord Viscount, I think the names Bloody Mary and Scarlet Peggy are very unsuitable for the harmonious atmosphere of the Mage Tower. It is not good to call them like this in front of young apprentices." Bloody Mary and the others immediately narrowed their eyes. Proposing to change their names in front of them was undoubtedly a show of strength. List could not help but look at Chris. He had been in a high position for a long time and had some experience in politics. Naturally, he knew that Chris wanted to use the name change to establish authority. He was happy to see this scene. Chris could better balance the power of the Mage Tower with fighting power. What you said is very reasonable. Terms like bloody, blood, and fangs are indeed inappropriate. So, Mary, do you think we should change our names? Bloody Mary said with a smile, "As you wish, Lord Viscount." Then change your names. Mages use truth as their surname, and vampires use their family as a collective. You are bats walking in the darkness in the Black Knight family. Here, you can see the light. Let's use Dawn Daybreak as our surname. Thank you for giving us a new surname, Lord Viscount. From now on, I am Mary Dawn Daybreak. Bloody Mary expressed her joy. She did not necessarily like the surname Dawn Daybreak. But since it was given by the Lord, the meaning was definitely different. Although Chris used the name change to exert authority, she also used this opportunity to gain new trust. Giving a surname was an act of intimacy and represented trust. As she spoke, she turned and smiled at Chris. Mary Dawn Daybreak greets Lady Chris Truth again. Chris was expressionless. Hello, Mary Dawn Daybreak. The vampires went to make arrangements for their own accommodation. List and Chris walked into her workshop alone. There was already a large pile of finished potions, the fruits of Chris's labor over the past month. List, who had long been cut off from potions, urgently needed this batch of potions to nourish his cells that were about to dry up. Thank you for your hard work, Chris. This is what I should do. After thinking for a while, List said gently, the Mage Tower is named after you. Mary and the others are only staying here temporarily. Their identities are more suitable for reconnaissance on the battlefield. Don't have any other ideas. I need you to manage these mages for me. Lord Viscount, I can understand your arrangements, and I am willing to help you manage the Mage Tower. Chapter 641. This chapter is, Minotaur Berserker. The Siren and the Rainbow Whale Lolth were not on Black Horse Island, so List could not rush to Flower Town quickly, nor could he rush to Fairy Island to see the little fire dragon Leo. So he spent the afternoon inspecting his Thorn Castle. After more than a month of construction, the peripheral facilities of Thorn Castle were basically completed, and the main foundation of Thorn Castle was already under construction. Directly in front of the castle was a canal more than 900 meters long. Yevich's sprite worm, a Pennisetum sprite worm, had just been placed on both sides of the river embankment. Pennisetum was not very useful. It could be used as fodder to feed cattle, sheep, rabbits, geese, fish, and other animals. The mature stems could be made into some grass products, and it could also be used to stabilize the river embankment. The section of the canal near the castle was used to house the apple sprite that List had just obtained, creating a larger apple paradise in Thorn Castle. In this way, the apple orchard of Flower Town Castle would no longer need to be transplanted. Under the cordyceps tree in Apple Paradise, a round apple table was built and a few chairs were placed. In the future, this would be the place where List and the knight held meetings. His future elite orders of chivalry had been determined to be called the Apple Table Orders of Chivalry. It may not be domineering enough, but it was more meaningful. On the left side of Apple Paradise, a shell corridor was built, paved with various shells produced in the territory. It was purely a decorative building. On the right side was the fish spring and the fish spring corridor built above the fish spring, mainly for future outdoor barbecue parties. In addition, there was a well and a bird's nest in Apple Paradise. The bird's nest was for the chocobo Loki, List's main mount before riding a dragon. On the right side of the castle, a large icehouse had been built. Originally, a flower garden was to be built around the icehouse, but now List directly changed the flower garden into a daisy garden. Yevich had a daisy sprite worm, which could be used to cultivate the daisy garden. Daisies were ornamental flowers in this world, but List felt that they had the value of making tea. There were no chrysanthemums, so the chrysanthemum tea could only be replaced by daisies. There was also a well on the left side of the castle, and there was also a flytrap garden under construction to house the flytraps he had bought from Viscount Jonas. Behind the castle was a horse farm. There are stables and a well on the right side of the horse farm, which are used to raise the horses of the castle and for noble guests to store their mounts. There is a training field in the middle of the horse farm, which is only used for List's personal training. There are several kennels on the left side of the horse farm, mainly for the blizzard beasts. This was basically the main auxiliary building of the castle. By the end of this year, I should be able to live in this castle, right? List asked Jemiah Rammed Earth, the architect who accompanied him to inspect the construction site. Jormaya replied, "Sir Lord, if everything goes smoothly, we will definitely be able to complete the construction before it snows. However, I still need your Blizzard Beast team to cooperate and provide stones and pillars for the construction team." "There's no problem with that." In any case, Dosen and the 8 little ones had nothing to do, so they cast spells randomly and condensed a lot of rock thorns. With this group of intermediate World of Warcraft constantly producing rocks every day, there was no shortage of stones in the territory. Sometimes, when List saw more and more stones piled up, he was ready to plan to reclaim the land. He mainly wanted to reclaim the sea around Black Horse Port and build it into a large haven. Black Horse Island was his independent fief. It was also the place where his career started. Maybe one day he would leave Sapphire Kingdom and Black Horse Island, but the construction on the island would not be in vain. First, all the infrastructure could be sold to the new lord at a discount, otherwise he would have the right to destroy it directly. Second, the talents cultivated in the early construction were the cornerstone of the future. Just like this Thorn Castle, the construction will cultivate a group of outstanding construction workers, paving the way for the construction of more buildings in the future. In case one day he had to sell the castle. The new lord couldn't afford the sky-high price of a few dragon coins, so List would rather push it down directly. Night. The dinner was held in Port Town. The town's officials, the new knight, and the mages were all invited to attend. They remembered the heroic sacrifice of the knight and drank the wine of glory. The flowing food and constant laughter made the banquet full of the winner's harvest smile. This time, the harvest of the expansion order is huge, and the warriors who followed me, your contributions are being counted. Gold coins, titles, fiefs, as long as you make contributions, they will belong to you. List held a glass of wine and said in a serious tone, "The families of the deceased can also receive the rewards and pensions they deserve, I guarantee it in my name. Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord! Praise the Lord!" Waves of praises rang out incessantly. List looked at the excited faces, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an arc, which did not calm down for a long time. What was the purpose of participating in the expansion order so desperately? It's not for today's scene. The increasingly fragrant and sweet flower wine lingered between his lips and teeth, and List was soon drunk. Without using the dragon's do chi to restore his body, he fell asleep with the help of the servants. But even so. Early the next morning, List woke up early, and there was no hangover left in his body. Even if he was drunk again, the powerful dragon's do chi would still spontaneously and quickly restore his body to its best state. After washing up, after eating a hearty dinner and filling up the living supplies in the gem space, he took his sprites, including Yevich's sprites. Riding on the flower, he quickly rushed to Flower Town. In the afternoon, he finally arrived at the original fief, Flower Town. The town was as prosperous as ever. Isaiah, the administrative officer, greeted him at the port, and even the butler Carter ran to the port to wait. "Welcome home, master." "Good afternoon, Mr. Carter." After sending away the officials and continuing to work, List returned to the castle accompanied by Carter. The castle was no different from before the expedition. Far away, the telepathic connection made him immediately raise his head and see the thorn fairy, Ella, flying over while crying. It fell on List's head at once. Wow! It spoke of its longing. List took it in his palm and touched the small leaves on its head. He missed it very much. "Little guy, have you been naughty during this time?" "Wow!" Ella quickly denied it. But seeing the helpless eyes of the butler Carter, List understood that Ella had caused a lot of trouble during his absence. He didn't pursue anything, but motioned to Ella to meet his new companions. The 9 sprites, who were summoned by his mind, quickly looked at each other. Chirp. Gulp. Oola. Kaka. All kinds of cries came and went, and the atmosphere of these sprites' meeting was obviously not friendly. Ella, who was used to being domineering, was so angry that she put her hands on her hips and yelled at these sprites. "Wow! Wow! Wow!" So the sprites fought back. It was noisy in an instant. Until List glared at them. "Behave yourself." They reluctantly closed their mouths, and the power of the contract could not be violated. Carter secretly wiped his sweat. "Master, Ella is going to turn the castle over. You have gained so much glory and got so many sprites. I am afraid the castle's worm room will not be able to live. Turn the other empty rooms into insect rooms as well. The obedient elves will stay in one room, while the disobedient elves will be isolated. Anyway, we'll have to put up with it for now. Once Thorn Castle is completed, there will be brand new insect rooms for every elf to live in." Chapter 642. Whoa! Ella, who had been locked in a box, issued an unwilling protest. In the end, she could not resist List's discipline, and obediently lay down and slept. List took the time to ride the chocobo Loki to the seaside castle. Achi was not in the castle, nor was the 7-colored whale Lolth. Only the giant algae sprite Parker, along with 3 giant algae sprites and 8 giant algae sprite worms, were swimming freely in the pool. Upon seeing List, Parker immediately opened his mouth full of sharp teeth and laughed heartily. "Wow, List, you're back. Achi said that you were at war. Did you win? Parker has never lost a battle at sea. Do you want me to teach you?" "Thanks, Parker." List reached out and shook hands with Parker, "But I have never lost a battle on land." "Huh, worthy of being as handsome as Parker, List. We are both experts at war." That's right. Casually echoing Parker's words, List asked, what about a chi? She and that stupid, ugly big colorful fish went out to look for worms. What a bummer. What's so good about those little worms? Parker hates little worms the most. If a little worm dares to come to Parker's territory, Parker will tear it in two. Don't be like that, Parker, you also evolved from a sprite worm. Huh, but I have evolved successfully and have already broken away from vulgar interests. On the other hand, they are still stupid and ugly little worms. What Parker said made sense. For a moment, List did not know how to refute. He did not know how the giant algae sprite grew up to have such an unkind, arrogant, and narcissistic character. He felt that he should have less contact with Parker in the future, so as not to let Parker affect his character. The sprite contract was very wonderful, it was a two-way contract. It seemed to rely on spiritual power to determine the dominant party. When sprites were weak, the dominant party of the contract was a human. For example, sprite worms could not disobey their master's orders, while sprites could not disobey orders. When the elves became stronger, the leader of the contract would also change. List would find it difficult to directly command Great Elf Parker. If it was a dragon elf that was stronger than a great elf, perhaps the elf contract would be a completely equal contract. So much so that List guessed that if there was an elven king, would the elven king rely on the elven contract to take over the position of the leader and become the master of the humans? Of course, he hadn't even seen a dragon elf before, so he couldn't be sure of the elf king situation. He didn't continue to talk nonsense with Parker. He directly asked, Parker, do you know when a chi will be back? Handsome Parker doesn't know. Alright, you can continue playing. I'm leaving. Don't go, let's chat a little longer. At night, in the Flower Town's nameless castle, there was another grand banquet to celebrate List's triumphant return. Lines like the knight's glorious blessing would be performed from time to time. Meanwhile, the Coral Island, Tulip Castle. A retainer knight of Lee William was reporting to Levis. Madame Marie, Ralia, and Lytton were listening on the sidelines. This is what happened in the development order. After Sir List was stationed at the trapped Dragon Mountain iron mine for 5 days, he returned by ship in order to avoid the retaliation of the Dragon Knight. He returned to the Flower Town this afternoon. After listening to all the details of the development order, Madame Marie couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, ah! The retainer knight didn't know how to tell a story. His description of the ups and downs of the war was dry, but the soul-stirring scene still made everyone present feel the same. Levis shook his head, an expression of disbelief on his face. Domain Knight? A domain knight that is more powerful than a perfection sky knight? List actually defeated a domain knight by himself. He even seized a mine with 1,000,000 tons of iron ore. As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and became excited in an instant. A mine with 1,000,000 tons of iron ore. When you returned, you had already transported 500,000 tons of iron ore? That's right, Sir Levis. Lytton asked in a shrill voice. Marquis Wildtow, who controlled the chi of the entire orders of chivalry, was still unable to defeat Big Brother List. He also captured several Sky Knights, one of whom was a sacred swordsman and became his follower. Indeed. There was a moment of silence, followed by the sound of inhaling cold air. Madame Marie recovered from her shock. She clenched her fists and asked, therefore, the Tulip family has made great contributions in the development order? When I followed Sir, I heard from Sir's conversation with Sir List that Sir's contributions have reached the standard for promotion to a marquis. If the subsequent 500,000 tons of iron ore can also be transported back smoothly, then Sir's promotion to a marquis will be greatly accelerated. Even Sir's promotion will come after the development order ends. Praise Sir List, praise Sir Father. Rolia reverently clasped her hands in front of her chest. May the glory of the night always look after the Tulip family. Immediately after, Rolia asked, did Sir Father say when he will return from the Eagle Kingdom? Also, did my father say when he will return? With the iron ore transportation completed, the development order is basically over. Sir Marquis Roderick, and Sir Masiro should return together. Levis was so excited that he couldn't sit still. He paced back and forth in the living room, constantly asking about the details of the battlefield, and then sent someone to inform Madame Penelope and Elvira. When the old Madame and Elvira arrived at Tulip Castle, they were once again surprised and full of praise. Madame Penelope said on the spot, "Tomorrow, we will go to the flower town together. Since the most outstanding bloodline of our tulip family has returned from the battlefield, we should celebrate the joy of the harvest for him." The commotion lasted for more than an hour. Only then did Tulip Castle regain its peace. After washing up, Levis and Rolia returned to their room and went straight to the baby's bed taken care of by a servant. Looking at the sleeping baby, the couple showed loving expressions of parents. Levis reached out and touched the baby's tender face, saying, "Tomorrow, go to the flower town and take Richard with you. Let Liszt see his nephew. He is now a top powerhouse under the Dragon Knight rank. This time, all the resources of the development order belong to him. The harvest will certainly be huge." Just half a month ago, Rolia, who had been pregnant for 10 months, gave birth to a healthy baby boy, becoming the eldest son of the 4th generation of the Tulip family. According to the name given by the Count before leaving, he was named Richard Tulip. Rolia was a little worried. Is Richard too small? The road will be bumpy, don't be nervous. Let the servants keep a close eye on him. Put more quilts in the carriage. Liszt is his uncle. Such a powerful uncle cannot be neglected. The Tulip family will have to rely on Liszt's help to promote to a marquis on the Iron Hoof Island. Perhaps it was the intuition brought about by strength, or perhaps it was the change of perspective after becoming a parent, but Levis had thoroughly recognized Liszt's strength. Rolia agreed, "You are right. Liszt is a strong support for the family. We need to maintain a close relationship with him." After saying that, she lowered her head. Chapter 643. Liszt did not know that he already had a nephew. He knew that Loria golden ears of wheat was due, but he did not notice that the due date had already passed. After the banquet, he once again went to the seaside villa and finally saw Achi. Big brother. Achi had already learned from Parker that Liszt had returned. She was not surprised, but rather very happy. However, she was not the kind of girl who would act coquettishly, so her smile was very reserved. Ever since she had immersed herself in the world of magic and truth, she had become a lot quieter. The knowledge that was as vast as the ocean always made her forget to return. Perhaps the turmoil of this world was extraordinarily lively in the eyes of ordinary people, but in her eyes, it was only superficial and superficial. Except for Liszt. She would often think of Liszt's smile. Big brother looks really good when he smiles. At this moment, Liszt just opened his arms, and Achi threw herself into his embrace. She immediately smelled the strong scent of alcohol, but also the familiar scent that made her feel at ease. "Achi, how have you been for the past month?" "They're all good. It's just that the magic plants are growing very slowly. Druid magic can't make them grow fast, and there's no progress in the transformation spell. Leo's temper has also become worse. He doesn't like the fish that Achi catches for him. He wants to eat beef, but Achi can't get him any beef." "It's fine, I'll deal with Leo." Liszt curled up a strand of Achi's beautiful azure hair and sniffed it. There was a faint fragrance. "I heard from Parker that you and Lolth have been looking for sprite worms recently." "Yes, Achi recently made some new discoveries in her research of magic. She wants to carefully understand the birth of sprites, but after searching many seas, she still couldn't find any gestating sprite worms." "Oh, that's right, big brother, Achi found a new sprite worm on the way to the Dodo Island a week ago." "Really? Have you contracted it?" "No, a chi is waiting for Big Brother to contract it. Just in time to go to the Dodo Island tomorrow and contract this sprite worm in passing. After chatting with a chi for a while, List took out 2 magic books and handed them to her. This one, The Nature and Development of Blood Magic, was written by my new vampire follower, and this one, The Summary of Great Sorcerers, was jointly written by 3 great sorcerers. Take it for your reference. Ah, vampires? You'll understand after reading this book. List did not explain much as everything was contained in the blood magic book. He took out a beautiful amber and said, "Aren't you studying the birth of sprites? You can have this sprite worm amber. You can slowly study it." The sprite worm amber was dug out from the flower town's rocky beach. Apart from being a bit of inspiration for Chris Truth's promotion to a great wizard, it did not have any other use. Therefore, he gave it to a chi to study and see if she could find any new discoveries. After a chi accepted the sprite worm amber, List handed her a hand-drawn map of the ruins. This map is a new map drawn by 3 great sorcerers based on a broken map. It seems to point to an unknown race living in the sea. The civilization of this race has already declined, leaving only some ruins. A race of the sea? I suspect that it might be a race of sirens. But a chi is also a siren. However, a chi is a spirit of the sea. She has been living in a shell since she was born, living alone in the sea. Although she has sensed the existence of other sirens several times, a chi doesn't seem to want to communicate with them. Sirens shouldn't have a civilization, right? What you said makes sense, but I can't think of any other intelligent race living in the sea. List shook his head. It was mentioned in the night novels and magic books that he had read. The intelligent creatures that existed in the sea, besides sirens, were mermaids. Sometimes he wondered if sirens and mermaids were actually the same kind of creature, but were mistaken for 2 different creatures. After all, when humans saw sirens or mermaids in the sea, they should not be able to distinguish the details. However, these speculations were not important. List smiled. The 3 great wizards have already determined the basic area of the relic. When we have time to explore it together, we will know what this unknown race is and what good things it left behind. Yeah. Then, you should rest early. Big Brother, are you going back? Yeah, I'm going back. List stood up, looked at the petite chi again, and could not help but sigh with emotion. I really want a chi to grow up faster. A blush seemed to flash across a chi's face, but it was fleeting. She also sighed with emotion in a soft voice. A chi also wants to grow up faster. Early the next morning, List directly took a chi to the Dodo Island. Along the way, they found a sprite worm. It was a familiar sprite worm, a seaweed sprite worm. A chi had also contracted a seaweed sprite worm before. However, the territory lacked manpower. Just planting and harvesting giant algae took up a large number of fishermen. They didn't even breed kelp, let alone seaweed. It could only be put aside for the time being. When a new batch of serfs arrived, a large number of fishermen would be trained to carry out breeding operations along the coastline. Coastline breeding and shallow water fishing were projects that the territory vigorously developed. Eventually, it would transition to offshore breeding and distant fishing, fully exploiting the value of the sea. But, why do I no longer feel excited about contracting a sprite worm? Riding the 7-colored whale Lolth on the seabed, List was aware of his tranquility. From hearing about sprite worms to contracting a sprite worm, he had never felt excited. It seemed that ever since he seized the 9 lesser sprites from the expansion order, the discovery of wild sprite worms was no longer an important matter. A wave of plunder in war was equivalent to several years of income from farming in the territory. It would indeed have a great impact. Every year, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's expansion order attracts a large number of knight participants. Sure enough, there is a reason for it. Even he, who was blessed by the power of fate and could pick up sprite worms at any time, had a great desire for plunder in war, let alone the barren night. Plundering a knight could eat for several years at a time. Why not go and plunder? Just in case the knight glory favored him, he might become an aristocrat. To put it bluntly, I am used to eating big fish and meat, so I have no interest in small vegetables. It was already afternoon by the time they arrived at the Dodo Island. A chi basically fed once every 5 days, waiting on the shore at a fixed time. Now was not the time to eat. However, List didn't care. He climbed the crater and shouted at the sulfur-smelling crater, "Leo, get up and eat beef." After a few greetings, the tumbling magma in the crater suddenly exploded. Flames rose into the air and condensed into a fire dragon with red and black scales. It was the little fire dragon Leo. Roar! Leo circled in the sky before swooping down and landing in front of List. Its body was clearly bigger than before. When it landed, it squinted at List and breathed out hot flames from its nostrils. Its demeanor and expression gave List the feeling that it was looking down on him. List's complexion sank and he responded in a calm tone, "What's wrong, Leo, don't you recognize me? Or do you not want to eat beef?" The word beef made Leo stare blankly. Chapter 644. This chapter is, I Love Your Highness, and will be updated. There was beef. Although Leo was reluctant, he still cooperated with List and practiced to his heart's content. He had only taken some potions for more than a month on the expedition, so his strength increased very slowly. But it could not be said to be slow. Compared to other Sky Knights, he still seemed to practice very fast. But compared to when he practiced with a dragon, he could feel a substantial increase in strength. The growth of his strength alone was too little. It's still refreshing to practice as a dragon knight. But he also had certain concerns, mainly that the improvement of Leo's relationship seemed to have stagnated, and there was a lot of regression. As a prospective dragon knight, he had not yet succeeded in riding a dragon, and he did not have the time to spend every day with Leo and brainwash him to get rid of Leo's alienation. As a result, there was always a deep gap between the man and the dragon. Looking at Leo's exhausted look, he took out a pile of potions and handed them to Leo, and at the same time, touched Leo's hands all over. Leo did not resist his touch, but it did not seem to enjoy it. The good impression that he had accumulated some time ago had fallen back to its original point. A dragon that was difficult to serve. No wonder elemental dragons are mostly evil dragons. This kind of character is really annoying. List played with one of Leo's scales. The scales on its neck, head, forelimbs, and wings were thin and dense, and the scales on its back were thick and large, the largest was even the size of a wash basin. The scales were warm to the touch, and magic could be seen escaping between the gaps, faintly transforming into tiny red sparks. The magic sparks were not hot. They were between magic and matter, and not real sparks. Sometimes he wanted to tear off a scale and bring it back to study slowly, but he did not do so. Feeling the magic attached to the scales and the abundant dragon wool inside, List frowned and thought, how did other dragon knights succeed in riding a dragon? Could it be that elemental dragons are so bad that they can't be ridden? The dragons of the major kingdoms are basically elemental dragons and metal dragons. It seems that only 1 or 2 are elemental dragons, and there are no fire dragons among them. He paused. He thought again, or is it because I'm not strong enough? I need to have perfect combat energy to get Leo's approval, ride it, and form a contract with it. I should write to Marquis Merlin and ask him what the perfect high-level combat energy is like. Is it similar to the elite Earth Knight's mid-level combat energy? The beginner combat energy of an apprentice knight was very simple. It was to simply extract a special magical power from one's body and call it combat energy. When the Do Chi sublimated and gained its own attribute, it would advance to the intermediate Do Chi and become an Earth Knight. When the intermediate Do Qi reaches a saturated state in the body, one will become an elite Earth Knight. If he wanted to continue training at this time, he would have to rely on the impact of the magic potion to break the shackles of his own cells, thereby allowing him to accommodate more mid-level battle energy. A quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change, ultimately leading to a high-level Do Qi. The Sky Knight's advanced combat aura was even more unique than the intermediate combat aura. The biggest change was in its lightness. Leaping in the air was easy. When the advanced combat aura reached a saturated state, one would become a perfect Sky Knight. List wasn't very clear about the state of the advanced combat aura at this time. According to the common records, a perfect Sky Knight could start looking for a dragon rider. Perhaps the advanced combat aura at this stage would be of some help in riding a dragon. Or maybe the perfect combat aura could only continue training with the help of a dragon. He guessed that it was the second possibility. He could only rely on a dragon to break through the shackles of the advanced combat aura. Roar! After Leo swallowed the potion, he let out an even more majestic roar. He glanced at List, and without too much reluctance, he directly leaped towards the crater of the volcano and fell into the magma like a meteor. The magma roiled and returned to normal, leaving only steam and the smell of sulfur. The sun was setting in the west. Li Si stood quietly at the crater of the volcano. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly walked down the mountain. A Chi was helping the rainbow whale, Lolth, wash the dead skin off her body. Seeing that List had returned, a Chi immediately put down her brush and smiled at List peacefully. Lolth also let out a cheerful chirp. She felt a sense of loss from Leo. It was quickly washed away by this heartwarming scene. Compared to little fire dragon Leo, a Chi was much, much more considerate. An evil dragon is an evil dragon. It seems that if I don't use some forceful methods, it will be very difficult for Leo to yield. But how should I be forceful? It seems that with my current strength, I might not be able to defeat it. Even a young dragon had great strength. Just the move of transforming into magic power would be very difficult to truly harm it. Moreover, relying on the environment of the crater, Leo was almost invincible here. Unless, if I take out the volcanic glass and make a weapon, I wonder if it can attack Leo's magic power form? In fact, it should not be called magic power form, but dragon will form. Dragon will was the extreme nature of dragon magic. List had created the name by referring to sword intent. There was no point in thinking too much. He smiled and joined the ranks of helping Lolth brush the dead skin. At night, after resting in the wooden house on the Dodo Island for the night, List got up early in the morning and picked a batch of hemp rope vine seeds and skull fruits. He then left and returned to the flower town. As soon as he arrived at the seaside villa, he saw a retainer knight wandering in the distance. When he saw List, he quickly rushed over. "Sir, you have finally returned. The old lady and Madame Marie of Tulip Castle, as well as Sir Levis and his wife, as well as Baron Vera, are waiting for you in the castle." "Grandmother, why are they here?" "They have come to celebrate your victory, sir. Sir Levis and his wife have also brought your nephew." "My nephew?" List finally reacted. "Luo Lia has given birth." "It's a boy? What is his name?" "A boy, his name is Richard." "Richard, huh?" List put the seaweed worm into the pool of the worm house, mounted a chocobo, and quickly returned to the castle. When he returned, everyone, including Madame Penelope, came out to greet him, just like every time he returned in triumph. Although the atmosphere was simple, but it was more enthusiastic than ever. Every time he returned in triumph, the enthusiasm he received would skyrocket by a large margin. This was the snobbery aristocrats learned at birth, but List did not reprimand this behavior. It was the nature of most people to despise the poor and love the rich. The strong were worshipped, while the weak were despised. Even he himself was willing to look at pretty ladies more than ordinary women. "Grandmother, why did you come to the flower town in person? Since the genius of our tulip family has returned in triumph, how could I, an old woman who relies on the family for a living, not come to greet my genius grandson? Madame Penelope said calmly. Liszt supported her arm. I was delayed by some matters. Originally, I planned to go to Tulip Castle in person to present you with the news of victory. It is enough that you have this intention. Chapter 645. The baby looked cute. Of course, Liszt knew that as an uncle, he needed to give a greeting gift, but he wasn't prepared at all. Although he had risen in power in recent years, his family wasn't rich. Giving an elf as a gift was even more inappropriate. Nobles didn't have the custom of giving elves to each other. Maybe I should give him a few books, my self-published personal works? He rejected the idea as soon as it appeared. If it was an adult, books would be fine, but giving a baby books would seem a bit perfunctory. After thinking for a while, he took out a sapphire and stuffed it into the hands of the sleeping Richard. Looking at Richard, he was actually speaking to Levis and his wife. This sapphire is the gem embedded in my sword Sky Splitter. In the battle with Marquis Wildwave, the Sky Splitter was badly damaged and can no longer be used, but this sapphire is still intact. Richard, I give it to you. I hope you can become a powerful knight like me. This was a good wish. The significance of the gem was great. Nowadays, Liszt was the benchmark for knight, enough to become Richard's life goal. This was not boasting, but a fact. Levis and Rolia were obviously very satisfied with Liszt's gift. Liszt, thank you for your blessing for Richard. We also hope that one day he can become a powerful knight like you. If it was an ordinary person's blessing, it should be for Richard to one day be able to ride a dragon, but it was more like a courtesy. The goal of riding a dragon was too inconceivable. Becoming a top powerhouse like Liszt should be the lifelong pursuit of all knight. Of course. Levis and his wife still didn't know that Liszt was actually a ghost blade. The news of the inheritance of the ancient warriors was only spread among a few great nobles. There was no need to tell too many people about it. In the era of knight rule, the ancient warriors were doomed to decline. Even if they could still be passed down, the families that held the inheritance of the ancient warriors would keep the secret. After giving the greeting gifts, Liszt also received a gift. Unsurprisingly, it was a potted plant brought by Madame Penelope. Using magic eyes to observe, the potted plant didn't have the slightest sign of magic, which made him feel relieved and a little disappointed. His appetite had long been spoiled by the sprite worm bred in the potted plant. Basically, it was Liszt telling stories for the entire afternoon. He had conquered the Snow Pear Castle, which was guarded by the great sorcerer. He had seized the Little River Heart Castle, which was guarded by the Four Bridges. He had resisted Marquis Wildwave, who possessed the Battle Aura domain. He had taken down the White Deer Castle at lightning speed. He had opened up the Golden Waterway between the Roaring River and the Three Dragons River. Finally, he had taken down the iron mine at the Trapped Dragon Mountain. Countless ships went upstream and downstream, loading the heavy iron ores and transporting them away. Compared to the stuttering narration of the messenger knight, Liszt, as the main character of the story, narrated it personally. It was a different kind of feeling, and it was intoxicating. Especially the battle with Marquis Wildwave, which could be said to be second only to the dragon-slaying battle. For the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, it might not even happen once in a few decades. To be precise, it had never happened before. Without the inheritance of the ancient warriors, without the secret books of combat aura, they could only randomly grab some resources. Before the banquet, Liszt took his family to see his elf again. Today, he had a greater sprite, the giant algae greater sprite. 14 lesser sprites, thorns, corn, 3 giant algae, wheat, sisal, pea green, corn, coptis, apple, turning white grass, pine, and tobacco lesser sprite. A cheese lesser sprite, the mangrove lesser sprite. And Yevich's lesser sprites, the 2 water peanut lesser sprites. 43 sprite worms, peanuts, alfalfa, 2 thorns, 2 tulip, corn, 2 wheat, tomato, sweet coconut, 2 black nightshade, corn grass, 3 rubber, 4 snake blood fruits, apple, barley, fig, blackberry, pea, smoke grass, green tea tree, Venus flytrap, autumn eggplant, lamb's horn, green ingot, human skull, stone flower, 8 giant algae, and seaweed sprite worm. A cheese sprite worms, kelp, seaweed, redstone flower, ponytail, and inkhorn sprite worm. And Yevich's sprite worms, 100 clams erecta, sweet potato, celery, steepa, ryegrass, daisy, cat's tail, pennisetum, scattered sunflower, forsythia, 2 broom sprouts, stone lotus root, and green radish sprite worm. The total was 1 greater sprite, 17 lesser sprites, and 62 sprite worms. Such a number had already surpassed that of the tulip family in terms of lesser sprites. The greater sprites were equal, while the number of sprite worms was only half. I simply can't believe that your property is already richer than that of an ordinary count's family. Although the family has more sprite worms, but you have more lesser sprites. Levis sighed with emotion. The tulip family sprites had all been contracted to him, but those given by his father and those earned by himself were 2 completely different feelings of accomplishment. He. Liszt said in a reserved manner, after all, I am a child of glory, and the sprites favor me more. Moreover, if a few more expansion orders are issued, I am afraid that the castle's worm rooms will not be able to accommodate these beautiful sprites. Levis wanted to refute, how could sprites be so easy to obtain? But when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. For others, sprites were truly rare, but for Liszt, it seemed to be the opposite. This could be seen from Madame Penelope's potted plants alone. He and Elvira had brought back many potted plants, yet none of them had ever bred sprite worms. Therefore, he could only force a smile. I believe that such a day will come. The banquet was lively and festive. After arranging the accommodations of his grandmother and the others, Liszt took a bath and lay back on his bed. His spirits from being flattered had yet to completely subside. He recalled the 2.5 years he had spent after transmigrating. Although he had not made any earth-shattering changes, he had also not been unknown and invisible. At least in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, which was a corner of the continent, he had repeatedly been in the limelight and had become a household name. After the iron mine robbery campaign was over, his name was bound to sweep through the various islands of the kingdom, and everyone from aristocrats to commoners would talk about his name. Perhaps all the young knight would also regard him as their goal, whether it be out of jealousy or worship. I really want to quickly succeed in riding a dragon. My handsomeness no longer allows me to be so low-key. He thought somewhat absent-mindedly. In this world, a knight who was not a dragon was, after all, an ant. Only by becoming a dragon knight would he be qualified to do as he pleased. Slowly, an illusory smoke rose before his eyes. Whenever he was absent-minded or focused, the smoke mission would naturally appear. His attention quickly returned, fixing on the changes in the smoke mission completed. Reward, 3 enchanting dragon spirit fruits. The mission has been completed, which means that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's expansion order has officially ended. Either Dragon Knight Alonso Cypher has rushed back, or the iron mine has been emptied. But what is this reward, 3 enchanting dragon spirit fruits that I have never heard of, could it be? Chapter 646. Liszt was not a person with long-term plans, and always liked to come up with new ideas. But it was undeniable that he was highly dedicated to dragon riding. He had detailed records of any information related to dragons, and listed them in his unpublished Liszt Dragon Taming Handbook. And when he gave the magic books to Chris and Achi to read, he also asked them to record any information related to dragons and give it to him to organize into the handbook. He also often organized servants who could read to flip through night novels to find information about dragons, training, geography, World of Warcraft, elves and other relevant information, and then recorded it in detail. Just the books that recorded information could fill an entire bookshelf. Of course, because they were made of thick bast paper, there was not much real content. The white paper workshop had been researching white paper, and there was already a finished product, but the finished product was not even as good as the toilet paper used in rural graves, let alone writing on it. There was still a long way to go for the research and improvement of white paper, so thick bast paper was the main focus for the time being. According to all the information about dragons that he had read in night novels and magic books that he could buy, there was no mention of something like the dragon's soul fruit. In other words, this fruit was either monopolized by the dragon-raising families, or it was rare and unknown. So, where do I go to find these 3 dragon soul fruits? There doesn't seem to be much of a way to search other than launching a census of the land. Maybe I don't actually need to do anything, and the 3 dragon soul fruits will automatically come to me? No matter what. He was now very excited. Excited by the bold idea that came to him after hearing about the dragon's soul fruit, all his sleepiness and exhaustion were swept away, leaving only his blood boiling. Sure enough, as long as my mental interference is strong enough, I can guide the smoke mission, or rather, pull the threads of fate. Every day I think about how to ride a dragon, the smoke mission will automatically change my fate, and guide me to the dragon's soul fruit, a magical fruit that can charm dragons. After a moment of excitement, he forcibly suppressed his thoughts. He had to consider that the dragon's soul fruit was not the effect he had imagined, so it was not too late to get excited after getting the fruit. At this time, he called out the smoke mission again. Mission: the hand-drawn map of the ruins is not accurate. You will need to search carefully to find the lost civilization of an unknown race. Perhaps it is wandering in a corner of this sea, and the song that rings out will guide you. Please look for the song at sea. Reward: aged siren. An old siren? It was another surprise. Sirens were magical creatures. Ever since Liszt was obsessed with Qi, he knew how wonderful they were. It was just a pity that this was an old sea monster. The word old always made people think of white-haired, wrinkled, and hunched figures, which greatly conflicted with the pure, beautiful, and innocent image of sirens that Qi gave to Liszt. However, aging, sickness, and death were common occurrences in life, and he was not sad about it. Searching for an unknown race and encountering a sea demon. Does this mean that this unknown race is most likely left behind by the sea demons? He suppressed his previous excitement and began to seriously consider the new mission. The old siren should be more than 400 years old. 400 years of life should be full of vicissitudes of life, and it should be very knowledgeable. At this point, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. This old siren is simply a living handbook of the sea given to me by the smoke mission. As the saying goes, having an old person at home is like having a treasure. Wisdom was more the accumulation of experience. In the more than 400 years of life, this old siren had been to many places, touched many ships, and witnessed many stories. It was conceivable that she herself was a thick book of knowledge. The next day, after sending off Madame Penelope and the others, he began to plan to find the ruins of civilization. This required Qi's help. Qi, you can sense the existence of the siren within a certain range, right? Yes, brother. Although Qi has never seen a siren of the same kind, Qi has felt the breath of the siren several times and knows that they are not far away. How far is the sensing range? I'm not very clear, but it should be more than a dozen kilometers. Well, Qi, prepare carefully. I'm going to explore the ruins map. Maybe we will encounter other sirens. This requires you to determine their existence and contact them. At the urging of Liszt, Qi did not prepare too much. She quickly packed up her personal belongings and told Nami to take good care of the ducklings on Mangrove Island. List also took the time to write a letter and gave it to Butler Carter for safekeeping. If the Count and the others did not return by the time they returned, he would give the letter to the Count. The content of the letter was not much. It was mainly to entrust the Count with the resources exchanged for iron or to buy serfs and food. If the Grand Duke sent someone to ask if he was willing to follow him directly, the Count must refuse. For the time being, he had not considered following the Grand Duke directly. At the same time, List also told the territorial officials to carry out an agricultural census. Once new varieties of fruit were found, they must be kept and strictly prohibited from being destroyed at will. Everything would be arranged when he returned. So, in the morning, after exchanging the resources in the gem space, List and Achi rowed the seven-colored whale Lolth to the sea. Achi knew nautical charts, so she could travel freely in the sea. From Coral Island to the roaring estuary, it would take about 10 days by boat, but for the seven-colored whale riding at 80 km per hour, including rest time, it would only take 2.5 days to complete the journey. They traveled during the day, took out the sampan at night, used the water, wind, and temperature beads, and rested quietly. In the blink of an eye, they had sailed into the depths of the vast sea. Occasionally, when Lolth was resting, List would stand on her back and jump up, fly high into the sky, and then take out binoculars to look around. About 900 kilometers from the shore of the roaring estuary, he found a small island in the sea and immediately guided Achi and Lolth to swim to the island. It was not comfortable to always soak in the sea, but he hoped to restore the feeling of being grounded on the island. The island was very small, smaller than Mangrove Island, Stony Island, Sandy Beach Island, and Seagull Island, a small island of less than 100 acres. It was a lonely reef island, surrounded by rocky cliffs, and only a small forest on the top. After approaching, List leaped directly into the air and landed in the grove on the top of the island. As far as the eye could see, it was the same kind of tree, which was relatively short, had very interesting leaves, and looked a bit like ferns. It was the kind of tall trees in the dinosaur era. Most of the ferns on Earth had become short plants, leaving only a few trees like the cyathea. I wonder if there are any elves being bred? Every time he arrived at a green environment, he habitually used magic eyes to look for elves. It was just a routine sweep. But suddenly, 3 bright magic feedback points appeared in his field of vision. His heart moved, and he ran directly in the direction of the 3 feedback points. In less than a minute, he arrived in front of the feedback point. There was a circle of open space in the fern forest, and in the center of the open space was a small dead shrub. The small shrub had no leaves, and there were 3 shining colorful fruits hanging on the remaining branches. Dragon Soul Fruit. Chapter 647. According to the inherent impression, List always thought that the 3 soul fruits should be found in the territory, or at least around List. He didn't expect it to be on an isolated island in the vast sea. The dead tree was less than 1 meter high, and on the dead branches hung 3 fist-sized colorful fruits, a bit like apples, but rounder. There was no smell, and no loss of magic. If he closed his eyes, no matter how List perceived the magic in the surrounding air, he would not be able to perceive the existence of the 3 soul fruits. Only when List used magic eyes could he feel the amazing magic power under the colorful luster. The light of the mana retroaction was a rich chaotic color. The chaotic color was the color of a gray haze, but it was a little more special. Looking at it carefully, it was gray, and then looking at it carefully, it seemed transparent and illusory, but from a different perspective, it could become a substantial smoke. Neither black nor white, illusory and real, like fog and haze. List was not in a hurry to pick the fruit. Instead, he carefully observed the fruit and the dead wood. The density of the magic is almost saturated. It's far more powerful than any other fruit with magic, including the bloodline fruit. Such a powerful magic is indeed possible for the mystic dragon. It was confirmed that the dead tree was indeed dead, and there was no sign of recovery. However, he was reluctant to let it go. He directly took out a bone shovel from the gem space and began to carefully dig the roots of the dead wood. He was ready to put the 3 fruits together with the dead wood into his gem space. Such a precious item must be treated with caution. This digging took more than an hour. Finally, without hurting the roots of the dead tree, the whole soil was dug up, and then he wrapped it in qi and stuffed it into the gem space that had been vacated. After entering the space, the 3 mystic dragon's soul fruits were still shining brightly. List breathed a long sigh of relief. Phew, it's done. The next time I go to the Dodo Island to practice, I will feed the little fire dragon Leo to eat one and see the effect. If Leo is drugged, I will ride directly on the dragon tooth platform and sign the contract first. He spent so much to resurrect Leo, took care of him carefully for a long time, found a volcano for him to practice, and delivered food for him. He served him like a parent, but he was not even willing to ride him. Facing such an evil dragon, List's heart was filled with resentment, so he didn't feel any psychological burden when he used such a dishonorable and forceful method. I'm not going to kill it, I'm just going to ride it. He looked at the huge crater left behind. List clapped his hands and patrolled the fern forest on the top of the island again. His magic eye scanned back and forth twice, but he did not find any magical plants. He didn't see any plants of the same height and shape as the dead wood with his naked eye, so he was sure that there was no more value in this place. I can't say that it's worthless. What if there's a sapling that bears the enchanting dragon's soul fruit here? Let's call this island the Soul Island. It's not only a place to stay on the sea, but it's also a place where new enchanting dragon's soul fruit can be nurtured. We'll have to keep an eye on this island in the future. The island was named the Soul Island, and the tree was named the Soul Fruit Tree. After that, List jumped into the sea and left the Heart Island, continuing to sail towards the coastal waters of the roaring estuary. The weather in September gradually turned cold. In the blink of an eye, List, Achi, and Rose had wandered the nearby seas for 2 days, but they did not find the ruins that were marked on the map. They also did not notice the existence of the old siren. They didn't even find a deserted island. Instead, they encountered a few sea monsters, which were easily hunted by Achi and then left for List to barbecue at sea. There were charcoal, hot pot, and other cooking utensils in the gem space, so they could barbecue to their heart's content on the sea. Not only List loved to eat barbecue, but Rose also loved it very much. This kind of life was actually not bad, so he didn't feel anxious. Especially when he was full, listening to Achi's sweet and melodious singing was definitely the highest level of enjoyment. It's a pity that there's no piano in the scene. List felt regretful again. Occasionally playing the piano could cultivate one's mind and calm one's restless emotions. But just as he was indulging in fantasies, Achi's singing stopped abruptly, and she said in surprise, "Ah, brother, Achi feels the aura of the same kind. There's a siren nearby." List immediately got up from the cabin of the sampan. Really? Can you determine the location of this siren? It's a little difficult, the feeling is not very clear, it's faintly discernible. Achi frowned, trying to sense her own kind. Remember this position, let's swim north now and see if the feeling is clearer. After a while, Achi, who stopped swimming, shook her head. Brother, the feeling is gone. It seems that this siren is not in the north, let's go back. After returning, the feeling reappeared. This time, List directed them to the south, but the feeling was interrupted again when they reached the south. Then they returned to the starting point and set off west, swimming for a full 10 kilometers. This time, the feeling was not only not interrupted, but also became clearer. This is the direction, let's go. While swimming, List rose into the air from time to time and observed the surroundings with binoculars. After such a long time of exploration, it was basically certain that the siren had not moved, and the possibility that she was still should be between a reef. He found suspicious islands and reefs, which were likely to be the hiding place of the siren. He kept exploring. Relying on the connection between a chi and the siren, before dark, he finally found a coral reef that emerged due to the ebb tide. This was a seabed coral reef that did not surface, but the outline of a white coral reef ring island could be seen, hidden at a depth of 1 or 2 meters underwater. Similar to the ringed reef in Flower Town, this coral island was also ring-shaped. In the center of the ring of the coral reef was a shallow small lake, which was completely surrounded by tall corals. Around this large coral reef, there were several small coral reefs, none of which surfaced. They were almost invisible at high tide, and their outlines could be vaguely seen at low tide. "It's here, a chi, let's look for it." List didn't stop, casting magic eyes back and forth between the coral reefs. After searching for a long time, the moon had risen, but he still couldn't find the siren's hiding place. In desperation, he had to let a chi try to summon the siren by singing. A chi's ethereal, pure, and melodious singing sounded between the coral reefs. After a while, suddenly, from a small coral island in the distance, there was an ethereal, sad, and delicate song, echoing a chi's song. This song was equally beautiful, but compared to the simplicity and innocence contained in a chi's voice, its voice was more mature and rich, and one could feel that there were many stories contained in it. Chapter 648. Between the Reefs. A huge conch shell shone with magic light, and a woman with a light green, seemingly transparent, but actually opaque water band covering her important parts sat on it. Her body also shone with a strong magic light. Water element magic light. "Are you looking for us?" the woman asked faintly after seeing List and a chi. She spoke wind whisper. She didn't look old, just like a woman in her 30s, with long emerald green hair draped over her back. There were transparent fin-like structures on her ears, forehead, shoulders, elbows, hips, and calves, which were similar to a chi, but a chi didn't have so many fins. The most exaggerated thing was on her back. There were huge butterfly-shaped fins, gently flapping circles of water. In general, she was more coquettish than a chi, but the degree of anthropomorphism was not enough. A large number of transparent fin-like structures destroyed the beauty, and some parts of her skin also had structures similar to fish scales. Her color was generally green. A chi had azure hair and blue pupils. In comparison, a chi only had a small number of transparent fin-like structures, and her skin was white, delicate, and lustrous, better than the skin of a human baby. She was more anthropomorphic, so she looked more in line with human aesthetics, far better than the bold siren in front of them. However, this siren had a complete pair of feet, delicate and delicate. One could imagine how beautiful it would be if a chi also had a pair of feet. "Hello, I am a human knight, are you a siren?" List rode on Rose's back and smiled elegantly. "This little girl next to me, she is also a siren." A chi was not very enthusiastic about the siren in front of her, but simply greeted, "Hello." The old siren glanced at a chi, then turned to List. "Young human knight, I am indeed a siren. What business do you have here? I haven't seen humans for many years, and I didn't even pay attention to the ships passing by Sapphire." "Sapphire?" List's eyes lit up. "You know the Grand Duchy of Sapphire? When I was roaming the sea freely, Sapphire had not yet been founded. At that time, there were no ships on the sea except for ancient shipwrecks. It was when Sapphire brought a large number of ships that the sea became busy." The old siren didn't look old, but the moment she opened her mouth, she told a story from hundreds of years ago. Hearing this, List's tone suddenly changed. "May I ask how many years have you experienced so far?" "More than 400 xia and dong." I can't remember them all. Over 400 years old. He was like a living fossil. According to the calculation of a Qi's adulthood, a siren probably only had a lifespan of more than 400 years. List knew that the siren in front of him was the siren that the smoke mission was looking for, and could not help but be more enthusiastic. It's a pleasure to meet the esteemed siren elder here. My name is List Tulip, a Viscount of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. May I have the honor of knowing your name? My name. The old siren looked up at the bright moon reflected on the water, and there was a moment of absent-mindedness. Aphrodite Hector Synathea Tethys Nemo Temis Parsphone. Stella Briseus. The corner of List's mouth twitched. Why did every siren have to give themselves such a long name of more than 200 words? Your name is very long as my sister's name. Her name is... He turned to look at a Qi, as if he could not remember a Qi's full name. A Qi was very understanding and quickly said her name. My name is Tana Histi Europamini Seleno Lucati Fulcus Bunius. Cassandra Acheroids. But I have changed my name to Acheroids Truth. You can call me a Qi. Truth. You are a siren mage? The old siren was surprised, but as her eyes wandered a little between List and a Qi, she had a rough idea. I used to study magic, but I only learned a few simple spells. With a common topic, the conversation was no longer awkward. List smiled and said, a Qi is a great mage. A great mage? Such a young siren mage is indeed rare. The old siren nodded gently. You can call me Easy. Elder Easy. Sirens are born in the sea. There are no complicated worldly relationships like you humans. You can just call me by my name. List readily agreed. Okay, Easy. Now that the greetings were over, the conversation gradually turned into List's constant questions, and Easy answered him with her more than 400 years of experience. Although her attitude was always indifferent, Easy was not impatient with List's questions. A Qi listened quietly at the side. Easy, I am very curious about sirens, especially my sister A Qi, who is also a siren. But she is still very young and needs to learn a lot. I hope you can help teach her. Seeing that the other party was very cooperative, List took the opportunity to make a request. More importantly, he wanted to abduct this siren to live in his territory. However, Easy replied, sirens don't need teaching. Every siren has its own growth path. Experiencing all the joys and sorrows of the sea is the meaning of sirens' existence. A Qi also said, brother, a Qi wants to grow on her own. List was really puzzled by the cold reaction between the two sirens. A Qi was very kind and simple, and Easy's personality was also very peaceful. As creatures of the same race, even if the two of them did not have tears in their eyes when they saw each other, they would not be so indifferent. But in fact, from the beginning of looking for sirens, a Qi did not have any enthusiasm for unknown sirens. Perhaps there was a certain temperament in sirens that repelled each other. He was going to go back and ask a Qi, but now it was not convenient to mention it directly, so he changed the subject. Easy, the purpose of our coming to this sea is to excavate an ancient ruin. I wonder if you can guide us to the ancient ruin? Ancient ruin, you mean the ruins of the Temple of Fish Clown. Temple of Fish Clown? List heard a new word, Fish Clown, in Wind language, meant, a monster that looks like a fish but is very ugly. EC extended her slender arm and pointed southeast with a finger that was as thin as a spring onion. Swim forward for about 50 kilometers from here, and you'll find a square coral reef. Swim 30 kilometers south from Coral Island, there is a 100-meter deep seabed puddle, and the ruins of the Temple of Fish Clown are buried in mud. You're tuning into the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.